Chapter 3957. The spatial divine ability had saved his life. A cold, murderous intent suddenly appeared and slashed at him. He was almost hit. It was too mysterious. Now that he did not have the great sage tower, he dared to fight against countless saints with his defense. However, the sword just now was too cold. He did not doubt that even a minor saint would be killed instantly. Fortunately, he dodged it. The next moment, he entered the sword rain tower. Damn it, he went in. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they screamed crazily. Finally, someone went in. They also wanted to enter the sword rain tower, but they were blocked. The terrifying sword chi cut them apart. The sword chi made everyone's hair stand on end. Some people wanted to force their way up, charging in with their sacred artifacts. However, a beam of sword light cleaved them apart. Not only that, the sacred artifact was also cut in half. Not good, it's too strong. These people's scalps went numb. This sword chi was not something they could withstand. Even a minor saint would not be able to withstand it. Damn it, how did that kid get in? Forget it, we can't go in. Let's wait here and capture his companions. When the time comes, he will be afraid to attack. These people rushed back again and began to attack Morong Chingching crazily. Morong Chingching stopped fighting and directly entered the Great Sage Tower. She could not activate the Great Sage Tower, but it was enough to defend. The attacks hit the Great Sage Tower and shook it. However, the Great Sage Tower did not move. The surrounding experts were so angry that they almost vomited blood. On the other side, inside the Sword Rain Tower, after Lin Xian entered, he stared at the front and could not take his eyes off it. In front of him was a sword steel that was 2 meters tall. It was engraved with sword Dao marks. Lin Xian could sense that the aura of the law of the sword on it was way too strong. With it, he could definitely comprehend the sword law. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged. He began to comprehend. However, 3 days later he opened his eyes. This sword steel was indeed a good thing, but it would not be easy to comprehend the sword law. Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul. His attack power was strong, and his sword skills were outstanding. Logically speaking, it should not be a problem for him to comprehend it, but it was the opposite. It was precisely because he possessed the great dragon sword soul that his sword skills and attacks were extremely powerful. Thus, it was 100 times more difficult for him to condense laws compared to ordinary swordsmen. Even though he had 7 heavenly Tao golden lotuses, it would still take him a lot of time to comprehend them. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't care at all. But now he couldn't. Morong Chingching was still outside. Although he had the Great Sage Tower, there was no telling what would happen. He had to leave as soon as possible. In his anxiety, he suddenly discovered that a bronze door had appeared in front of him. Lin Xian suddenly stood up. He was shocked. How could this be? Bewildered, he walked in and found that, as expected, he had entered. The bronze emissary looked at him, his eyes twinkling. "You're here." Lin Xian was astonished. "Senior, was there a bronze door here as well?" He was too shocked. The bronze emissary said that when you had more than 5 heavenly Tao golden lotuses, a bronze door could appear anywhere. If you want to, Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that the more heavenly Tao golden lotuses there were, the better. He had 7 now, surpassing the previous people. But he knew that this wasn't the final result. For example, if he went into exchange, it was hard to say how many would be left. "Young man, what do you want to exchange for?" the bronze emissary asked. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then said, "I don't want any of the treasures listed. Right now, I just want a cultivation room that can allow me to comprehend the laws. However, I don't have enough time. I need more time." "Sure." The bronze emissary nodded. Lin Xian was stunned. He had only wanted to say what he wanted. He didn't expect that it would be possible. The bronze emissary said that 1 heavenly Tao golden lotus could be exchanged for 1 year. 1 year. Lin Xian could exchange for 7, but after 7 years, Morong Chingching would have been sent out. He couldn't wait. The bronze emissary seemed to see Lin Xian's hesitation. He said 1 year in the space was only 1 day in the outside world. 7 years was equivalent to 7 days in the outside world. Can you exchange for it? What? There was such a good thing? Lin Xian was stunned. What was behind the bronze gate? It could even reverse time. Among all the laws, space was king, but time was supreme. It was even more mysterious than space. Time was a mystery to everyone, and it was irreversible. Therefore, this kind of time reversal rate was inconceivable to people. What kind of method was needed to achieve this? Probably even sage kings and great sages couldn't do it. He really didn't know what kind of existence was behind the star of destiny. He didn't need to care about this. He hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll exchange for 7 years." The 7 heavenly Tao golden lotuses disappeared. Lin Xian felt that he had left the bronze gate and returned to the sword steel. His surroundings became hazy, as if there was a mysterious power. It should be enough. Lin Xian took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged, wholeheartedly comprehending the sword Tao. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. 5 days had also passed outside. In these 5 days, the great sage tower had withstood countless attacks, but it was still unscathed. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes were red with envy. Treasure. This was definitely a treasure for self-improvement. Such a defense was practically invincible. Damn it, they had to get it. Previously, they had only wanted to capture the people inside the spirit boat to threaten Lin Wudi. But now their thoughts were different. They had to get the great sage tower, regardless of whether the people inside were dead or alive. This was even more precious than comprehending the laws of the sword. The 5 swords of Heavenly Mountain unleashed a world of ice and frost. Endless ice, sword Qi, completely froze the space around the great sage tower. The other powerhouses were also trying, but they couldn't do anything. But they had plenty of patience. Inside the great sage tower, Morong Qingqing was fine. She wasn't injured, and she had already recovered from her exhaustion. But she was frowning. The people outside were eyeing her covetously. The situation was very dangerous. Besides, she didn't know how Lin Xian was doing. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. And on this day in the sword gauntlet, Lin Xian opened his eyes, and there was an additional law on his body. Countless laws intertwined, forming small swords that had a monstrous aura. It was abnormally terrifying. With Lin Xian's talent and the sword steel, he had finally condensed the laws of the sword in 6 years. There was less than a year left, and Lin Xian didn't waste it. He quickly consolidated it. Finally, on the 7th day, Lin Xian felt that the mysterious aura around him had disappeared. He stood up. He knew that the passage of time no longer existed. Now he had returned to the normal world. He looked at the sword steel in front of him and bowed, respectfully 3 times. Without this sword steel, he would probably have to spend 60 years to comprehend the laws of the sword. But now, after 6 years, his speed had improved too quickly. Buzz! Lin Xian walked out. Those who had chased after him previously had to pay the price in blood. Chapter 3958. Outside, the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain, Purple Void Temple, Golden Ant, and the others all had gloomy expressions. It had been 7 days, and it had not been announced yet. The pagoda's defense was too strong. Even if it had been 7 months, they would have had to wait. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain snorted. The golden ant's eyes were also red. This was even more terrifying than their golden cauldron. They had to get it. Suddenly, someone turned around and exclaimed. There seemed to be a fluctuation from the Sword Rain Tower. Someone had come out. What? That kid had come out? Could it be that he had obtained a treasure in 7 days? No matter what he had obtained, they would kill him and snatch the fortune and the pagoda. These people revealed a ferocious expression. Lin Xian rushed out from the Raining Sword's pavilion side. He used the Void Walk again to avoid the Sure Kill sword and came out. As soon as he came out, he felt a terrifying chill. Snow fell in front of him, and ice covered thousands of miles. The hall was also frozen. He knew that the great sage pagoda's defense was strong and Murong Chingching should be fine. However, this scene still infuriated him. Previously, he was blocked by everyone in the Yinyang Hall. If he did not have the void beast skin, he would have died. And these people still dared to surround him. They really did not know what was good for them. He strode forward in large strides. "Kid, you're out. Hurry up and kneel down. Give us the fortune, and we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you and your companions will die without a doubt." The two people from the Purple Void Temple rushed forward. They revealed a ferocious expression, and flames surged from their bodies. Buzz! Lin Xian raised his hand and condensed the great sun sword. He slashed forward. With a puff, the two people's heads were chopped off. Blood splattered everywhere. The headless corpses screamed and retreated. Damn it! They were terrified. The sword just now made their hearts jump. They did not even have time to defend themselves and were seriously injured. The other people behind were also terrified. The other party had attacked directly, and they felt that he was stronger than before. The Law of Sword. The 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain screamed. This was the Law of Sword. Did he condense the Law of Sword? Many people looked over. In the next moment, their pupils shrank. "Damn, Brett, it's actually you." This time, Lin Xian did not hide anything. He revealed his true face, so the 5 swords of Tian Shan screamed when they saw him. The Golden Ant and those from the Purple Virtual Temple were puzzled. They asked why. "Do you know this brat?" The people of the Purple Void Temple were gnashing their teeth. "It doesn't matter if you know him or not. Today he would definitely die. Lin Wudi, why are you here? Weren't you besieged? How did you leave the Yinyang Palace?" The 5 swords of Heavenly Mountain did not care at all. Instead, they screamed crazily. He really couldn't understand how the other party came out. The Purple Hollow Palace Golden Ant was also stunned. "What, Lin Wudi? You said he was Lin Wudi?" These people were dumbfounded. Then his face became extremely nervous. This was the legendary Great Demon King. Although they had never seen him before, they had heard of his name countless times. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him was the one who was chasing after Lin Wudi. They were almost scared to death. Impossible. Wasn't Lin Wudi blocked by the endless army of saints in the Yinyang Palace? How could he be here? But they knew that the 5 swords of Tian Shan would never be wrong. "Although I don't know how you came out. You dared to kill 2 of my junior brothers. Today I'll cut you into pieces." The 5 swords of Tian Shan gritted their teeth. 2 of the original 7 swords of Tian Shan had died. Now, their array was not as powerful as before. "Today, I'll send the 5 of you to hell. I'll let you reunite in the netherworld." Lin Xian's voice was cold. "Kid, don't be so arrogant. Our strength has changed these days." The eldest of Tian Shan Mountain gritted his teeth and roared. Indeed, they came back immediately after being defeated that day. These days, they had obtained a lot of treasures. Their swordsmanship had improved again. This time there were the Golden Ant and the people of the Purple Hollow Palace. They didn't believe that they couldn't suppress the other party. "Everyone, let's attack together. Don't give this kid a chance." "Okay." The people of the Purple Hollow Palace nodded. The experts of the Golden Ant clan also looked serious. In the next moment, they made their move. Flames and terrifying power covered the sky and earth as they charged towards Lin Xian. In an instant, the void where Lin Xian was completely shattered. That scene was too terrifying. "Kill!" Lin Xian's body swayed, and the unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. The terrifying sword, Law, rushed into the sky. One sword split everything. The 2 saints vomited blood and flew backward. Their arms were cut off. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The sword Law that he had just condensed was much more powerful. "Don't be afraid. We'll use ice to restrain him." The 5 swords of Tian Shan stood in 5 directions, and used the Tian Shan's sword technique to freeze everything. The terrifying sword qi filled the air and enveloped the space where Lin Xian was. Frost formed on Lin Xian's body and around him. His speed slowed down. Great, I'll slow him down by 10,000 times. No matter how strong he is, he can't dodge our attack. Hurry up and attack. The leader of Tian Shan Mountain shouted angrily. The others were happy. Lin Xian moved like a snail in this world of ice. They attacked frantically. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The solar law spread out from his body. The 9 suns' divine fire jumped and turned into swords of the sun. They swept in all directions. Soon, he managed to block the frost sword technique. His speed became faster again. In an instant, he dodged the attacks that filled the sky. Kill! Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. At this moment, the sword of the 5 elements, sword of the sun, sword of death, sword of yin and yang, all kinds of laws turned into sword qi that crisscrossed around him. The sword of the great sun completely blocked all the Tian Shan sword techniques and gradually suppressed them. It was as if 9 flaming swords were swaying between heaven and earth, crushing everything. The sword of the 5 elements continued to attack, causing the experts of the Golden Ant clan to tremble. The sword of death swept towards the saints of the purple void temple. The pitch-black sword qi could take away all life. Damn it! The people of the purple void temple screamed. Before the black sword of death arrived, they felt that their lives were about to be taken away. They could only defend quickly. The monstrous flames swept through everything. They wanted to suppress it with their laws. But how was that possible? The strength of Lin Xian's laws was unparalleled. He split the flames and took away the lives of these people. Soon, 3 experts of the purple void temple fell. The remaining 2 wanted to escape, but they were caught up by the sword of the 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements erupted. The various sword lights of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth sometimes scattered and sometimes merged. The 2 could not escape at all. In the end, they fell again. Chapter 39:59. It was too fast. It was so fast that they didn't even have time to take out their gourds before they died. The purple gourd spewed out monstrous flames, tore apart the sword light, and escaped by itself. Such sacred artifacts all had spirituality and could escape back to their sections. On the other side, the golden ants saw this scene and immediately took out the golden cauldron to defend. The 7 swords of heavenly mountains' pupils constricted. How did Lin Wuti become so much stronger than before? Just as they were thinking, the great sun sword rushed over. There were 9 swords that turned into 81 sword lights that crisscrossed between heaven and earth, causing their sword formation to tremble continuously. Not only that, the sword of death also flew over and turned into the Taiji sword. The power of yin and yang circulated between heaven and earth. This sword strike was extremely fast. Buzz! A crack appeared between the brows of the 4th elder of Heavenly Mountain. Before his soul could escape, it was destroyed. His body was reduced to ashes. 1 sword strike killed a top-tier sword saint. This made everyone's hair stand on end. Kill! Another one died. The remaining 4 of the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain roared crazily. They had to take revenge. At this moment, they burned their laws with an incomparable aura. The eldest elder of Heavenly Mountain swallowed a bottle of pills. It was a kind of secret pill. In an instant, his strength and aura increased to an unbelievable level. Die. He attacked crazily. His strength was much stronger than before. Lin Xian's swordsmanship was actually suppressed. The swordsmanship trembled, and many of them were sent flying. Some of their lights dimmed. One could imagine how powerful the eldest elder of Heavenly Mountain was when he was angry. Lin Xian didn't fight the other party head-on at all. This kind of strength that was increased by a secret technique couldn't last for too long. He just wanted to delay the other party for a while. After the other party disappeared with the secret technique, he would kill the other party. Therefore, he ignored it and directly used the Taiji diagram to deal with the other party. As for himself, he charged towards the Golden Ant. The other party is coming. The four powerhouses of the Golden Ant clan looked extremely solemn. If we join forces, I don't believe that he can withstand our strength. The four of us quickly attacked. They rode the golden cauldron and rushed over. This attack was truly too powerful. It could shatter anything. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He struck out with the sword of water of the five elements sword. The monstrous sword technique transformed into waves that surged in front of him. The water was incomparably soft. As expected, when the attack hit the sea, it set off monstrous waves. He did not hurt Lin Xian. Furthermore, he was sinking deeper and deeper, as if he was about to be swallowed by the endless water swords. Damn it! The golden ants looked gloomy. The waves formed by the water swords created a whirlpool, and their golden cauldron started to spin as well. This strangling power caused their golden cauldron to become heavier and heavier, and they were almost trapped inside. Spread out! With a roar, a large golden hand reached out and overturned the seawater. Only then were they able to escape. Humph! Lin Xian coldly snorted. The five elements law transformed into fire law, burning fiercely, cooperating with the 9-yang divine flame to rush out. I'll cook you today. Monstrous flames enveloped the golden cauldron. The golden cauldron bloomed with light to resist, but gradually the golden cauldron became incomparably red. There was a monstrous power on it, causing white smoke to rise from the golden cauldron. Damn it! The people inside were burned by the fire and some of their skin was charred. The smell of barbecued meat wafted out. Damn it, let's fight it out. Was the other party trying to treat them as food? They had also heard that the other party was a foodie demon king. Did he want to eat them? One person controlled the golden cauldron, and the other 3 rushed out. The Golden Ant clan had boundless strength, so their bloodline was innately able to comprehend the law of strength. At this moment, they used all their strength and struck out with several times their strength. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian activated the sword law and used 9 suns open the sky to compete with the other party. His palm seemed to have transformed into a long sword. As he opened and closed, it carried a sharp and indomitable force. Damn it, the other party's physique was too strong. He could actually compete with them. Not only that, Lin Xian also used an unparalleled secret technique. If the other party could increase his strength, so could he. When he activated 5 times his strength with a bang, he directly shattered the other party's hand, and the upper half of his body turned into a bloody mist. After the first golden saint was injured, the second and third were also injured. Especially the third one, his entire body exploded. They retreated frantically. Lin Xian struck out with the law of death again, turning it into a pitch-black lock that swept forward. No matter how strong the other party was, could they withstand the loss of their vitality? Sure enough, the bloody mist of the 3 people instantly faded. They screamed in horror. They used all kinds of divine abilities to block and even broke through the void in an attempt to escape. In Lin Xian's body, the great dragon sword soul roared. Dragon-shaped sword Qi slashed out. Together with the sword law, it killed in all directions. Those who escaped into the void and wanted to escape were all shocked out by him. In the end, the 3 golden saints were killed. The other one wanted to escape with the golden cauldron. Lin Xian rushed up with extreme speed. With a slap, he flipped the golden cauldron over, and the person inside was sent flying. He was also killed. After the purple void temple, all the people of the golden clan were killed. The golden cauldron fled through the air. Lin Xian turned his head to look at Tian Shan Elder. Tian Shan Elder vomited blood. The Taiji diagram above his head kept bothering him. The elixir's time was almost up. Damn it, ancestral sword. Previously he was eating elixirs. Now he was using the top martial arts of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. That was ancestral sword. This was the foundation of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion as the Holy City. Countless icy sword chi appeared on Tian Shan Elder's body and swept in all directions. At this moment, the Taiji diagram was also sent flying. Let's kill him together. After the two Holy City experts were killed, the surrounding people did not dare to attack. The only ones who dared to attack were the 4 of them from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. After the other 3 heard this, they also used ancestral sword. Every one of them carried tens of thousands of sword chi. The 4 of them charged towards Lin Xian. The 4 of them were very strong. Even Lin Xian did not dare to touch them. Ancestral sword was a peerless treasure of a sword saint. Just looking at it made his eyes red. He kept retreating. At the same time, he struck out with the sword of water, quickly forming waves to block them. These sword chi, at the same time he used stellar transposition, causing these people's ancestral sword to collide with each other, erupting with endless aura. It was useless. The 4 of them spread out and carefully controlled. Today, you will die without a doubt. The 4 of them were like sword gods, quickly attacking. Buzz! The great sage tower trembled, and Morong Qingqing rushed out. Brother Xian, let me help you. She struck out with the 7-colored phoenix, sweeping away 2 sword saints. I'll hold 2 of them back. With Morong Qingqing's bloodline and methods, it should be no problem to hold 2 of them back. Lin Xian roared and rushed forward. There were only 2 left. He could make a strong move. Chapter 3960. He pointed his sword. A yin-yang sword light rushed out with a terrifying aura that could cut through everything. The law of sword surrounded it and jumped, increasing the attack power of the sword. Tian Shan Elder and Tian Shan Elder 5th rushed over. Their attacks pierced through the void. The battle between Lin Xian and the other 2 was earth-shattering. The sect returning swords was very powerful. Lin Xian activated the secret technique of quintuple strength and sent Tian Shan Elder 5th flying. Tian Shan Elder was still able to hold on. This surprised him. Someone could block his quintuple strength. Was this the sect returning swords? A piercing light burst out from his eyes. His sword soul roared and went all out. Another sword, 9 suns splitting the sky. Tian Shan Elder was finally sent flying. Countless cracks appeared on his arm, and the sect returning swords was almost broken. His face was filled with fear. As a sword saint, nothing was more terrifying than the sect returning swords. However, the other party almost broke his sect returning swords just now. What was that dragon roar? Did the other party have anything to do with the Dragon Ball? Next, the dragon roar shook the sky. Streams of dragon heart sword chi resisted the sect returning swords. Finally, Tian Shan Elder's sect returning swords was broken. The sword split Tian Shan Elder into 2. All kinds of laws were used. Tian Shan Elder was defeated. Tian Shan Elder 5th screamed in fear. Suddenly, his head flew into the air. The yin-yang sword shattered his head. His soul escaped, but it was chained by the yin-yang sword chi and locked in the air. The heavenly secret divine eyes released 2 soul swords and destroyed it. Tian Shan Elder 5th was dead. Tian Shan Elder had just recovered when he was pierced by a sword and was seriously injured again. He was chased all over the world by Lin Xian. Impossible, elder brother. Tian Shan Elder 2nd and Elder 3rd's eyes instantly turned red. They worked together to use the sect returning swords to blast the 7-colored phoenix away and wanted to escape. Morong Qingqing shouted, "Are you trying to escape?" Azure with 9 slashes. She waved her hand and slashed 9 times in a row. These 9 attacks were too powerful. Even though Tian Shan Elder 2nd and Elder 3rd had used the sect returning swords, they were still scared out of their wits. After 9 attacks, the 3rd elder of Tian Shan Mountain was completely destroyed. Heavenly Mountain's 2nd brother also lost an arm. His entire body was covered in blood as he frantically fled. How could this woman be so terrifying? Not only did the other party possess the bloodline of the Phoenix, but he could also tell that the other party was from the Kunlun Pavilion. The green wood 9 slashes was one of the Kunlun Pavilion's ultimate techniques. Murong Qingqing and Lin Xian teamed up to hunt them down, while Tianshan Eldest and Second Eldest fled all over the world. The surrounding people were all terrified. This news quickly spread out. When the people outside heard about it, they were stunned. How was that possible? Lin Wuti had actually gone to the Palace of All Life and killed so many people? Impossible. We've been guarding this place all this time. How could he possibly escape? These people had all gone crazy. The 23 sword saints of the 10,000 swords pavilion couldn't believe it. Lei Jin couldn't believe it either. Would anyone be able to escape from under their noses? However, the great demons of the demon city had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, he really did get it. Hurry up and chase him to the Palace of All Life. These people crazily rushed over. Everyone else was baffled. At this time, Lei Jin received a secret report. It was said that 9 Qilins had brought the Void Beast to assassinate him. Could it be that the Void Beast was injured and the kid got the Void Beast skin? If it was the Void Beast skin, he could indeed use the space to escape. Hurry up and go to the Palace of All Life. He also rushed over with the people of Thunder God City. The 23 sword saints of the 10,000 swords pavilion also set off together. Because according to the news, only 2 of the 7 swords of Tianshan Mountain were left. Moreover, they could die at any time. Hurry up and go to the Palace of All Life. These people crazily rushed out. The Palace of All Life had long been in a mess. The people inside saw 4 figures. The front fled, and the back chased after them. They knew that Lin Wuti was chasing after Tianshan Eldest and Second Eldest. The remaining 2 of the 7 swords of Tianshan Mountain were in an extremely sorry state. In the Palace of All Life, the Crimson Dragon, Toad, and the others had also received the news. They also hurriedly took action. Once the news spread, there would definitely be countless experts coming to hunt them down. They followed the trail all the way. Countless experts had come to the Palace of All Life. Quickly find Lin Wuti, kill him, capture him, and obtain the good fortune on him. A huge storm was stirred up here. In the end, the Second Eldest was still killed. Tianshan Eldest was seriously injured, but he was the strongest of the 7 swords of Tianshan Mountain, so he could hold on until now. The sword light on his body bloomed. He had been using the 10,000 swords returned to origin, and he didn't dare to stop at all, because once he didn't have the 10,000 swords returned to origin, the Tianshan sword technique wouldn't be able to defeat the opponent at all. Not to mention, there was still the terrifying existence of the Kunlun Pavilion beside him. He had to wait until their main force arrived. That would be good. Lin Wuti, you're courting death. Just as Tianshan Eldest was about to run out of oil and couldn't hold on any longer, a terrifying voice finally sounded between heaven and earth. Immediately after, 23 sword lights broke through the 9 heavens and descended from the sky. They completely enveloped the surroundings. Heavens, sword saints, 23 sword saints. These were the experts of the 10,000 swords pavilion. It's over, Lin Wuti can't escape. Great, Tianshan Eldest was overjoyed. Kid, I'll definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Their people had finally arrived. 23 sword saints were enough to sweep through everything. So what if the other 2 were strong? However, he was still careless. The arrival of his teammates made him let down his guard. And Lin Xian seized this opportunity. The sword maxim, the yin-yang maxim, and the 5 elemental maxim exploded together. Tianshan Eldest was sent flying. His soul was sent flying, and the yin-yang maxim obliterated it. No, Tianshan Eldest was terrified. His fellow disciples were right in front of him. He would be saved in the next second. However, the other party attacked mercilessly. How dare you? The 23 sword saints were completely enraged. Did the other party still dare to attack in front of them? He was courting death. The 23 of them attacked with all their might. The terrifying sword maxim exploded. The sword maxim of the 23 of them were all different. Some were violent, some were cold, some had a strange flame aura, and some had an endless chill. In short, it was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian still didn't dodge. He used the last of his strength to destroy Tian Shan El de Sol. Then he took Murong Qingqing and instantly hid in the Great Sage Pagoda. 23 sword Qi slashed the Great Sage Pagoda, sending it flying. The void shattered, and all living beings within 1,000,000 miles prostrated themselves. At this moment, everyone saw it. What a terrifying sword Qi! It was the 23 sword saints of the 10,000 swords pavilion. They should have found Lin Wudi. Let's go. They all rushed over. Inside the Great Sage Pagoda, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing's blood was boiling, but it wasn't serious. Not to mention 23 sword saints. Even 230 sword saints wouldn't be able to break through the Great Sage Pagoda. Chapter 3961. Sure enough, their blood and qi surged, and they quickly suppressed it. The Great Sage Pagoda floated in the air. This Great Sage artifact, Lin Xian's defense was already amazing. Damn it, the 23 sword saints attacked, and then caught the corpse of Tian Shan Mountain's leader. However, there was no aura left. Blood mist filled the sky. His soul was destroyed, and he couldn't be resurrected. Damn it. The 23 sword saints roared, their eyes instantly turning red. Kill! Kill Lin Wudi and take revenge! They rushed over, but in the next moment their faces turned ugly. Was the other party not dead? The pagoda spun between heaven and earth, but it didn't break. This was unbelievable. With the 23 of them attacking, even the small saints would be able to take the lead, right? But the other party was hiding in the pagoda, and he didn't seem to be injured. Damn it, the 23 sword saints attacked again. The void where the Great Sage was kept shattering, from tens of thousands of miles, to hundreds of thousands of miles, to millions of miles. The surrounding people chased after him. What happened? They were frightened and didn't dare to get close. Lei Zhen's face was ferocious, and the 9 Qilins also came with cold expressions. Those sages were all facing a great enemy. Lin Wudi had probably been killed to the point that his heart and soul had been destroyed. Damn it, these lunatics from the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Don't they know how to show mercy? Lin Wudi had a lot of fortune on him. They weren't worried about Lin Xian's life, but that the treasure would be destroyed. Not good. That kid will definitely die. The corner of the toad's mouth twitched. The Crimson Dragon and the Northern Demon's faces were cold. Li Hongxiu's expression was solemn. Could such a violent attack be blocked? The sword Qi disappeared, and the black hole dissipated. A pagoda floated between heaven and earth, receiving a lot of impact. However, there wasn't even a crack on it. The light it emitted was too mysterious. Nothing happened at all. What level was this sacred artifact? Could it be beyond the moon level? Was this a sun-level sacred artifact? These people were crazy. The other party actually had such a sacred artifact. The 23 sword saints' faces were cold. Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, and the surrounding sages also had ugly expressions. How could they fight like this? Catch their companions. Those people must be coming. At this moment, Lei Zhen roared. The others also came back to their senses. Yes, let's move. They looked at the Crimson Dragon, the Northern Devil, and the others and attacked madly. Even Li Hongxiu was affected. Do you want to die? Li Hongxiu shouted angrily. She was the daughter of the Saint King. Yet there was still someone who dared to attack her. The people who had attacked were shrouded in their auras. They could only sense the nomological laws, but they were unable to sense any specific abilities. These people had concealed their methods, and were using some secret techniques to attack. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill her. Damn it, Li Hongxiu's face was cold. There must be some people who were afraid that her rise would threaten those on the pilgrim rankings. Li Hongxiu's sleeves kept waving. The toad, the crimson dragon, and the others also counterattacked. All kinds of great das interweaved. Soon they escaped. There was no other way. There were too many people. As the toad ran, it roared, "Damn it! How dare you treat me like this? I won't let you off." As soon as he finished speaking, he was attacked by tens of thousands of lightning bolts, which charred his entire body. Capture them and make Lin Wuti surrender. These people's eyes were red. This was the only way. At this moment, the great sage tower also moved. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't allow his friends to be threatened. He drove the great sage tower and rushed over. With the power of the great sage tower, Lin Xian couldn't use it at all. One attack would probably be able to deplete all of his energy. After all, this was a weapon that only a great sage could use. However, he only needed to use it to fly. There was no problem at all. He didn't need to use the power of a great sage artifact. He just needed to charge forward. Countless sword chi was enough to send many saints flying. As expected, he forcefully opened up a path of blood. He led the Jiangbei monster, the crimson dragon, away. Then he brought Li Hongxiu in. In the end, only the toad was left. "Damn it, kid, you can't burn the bridge after crossing it. I've treated you well." The toad was chased by countless people and screamed crazily. In the end, Lin Xian also made a move and brought the toad into the Great Sage Tower. Everyone surrounded the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Tower was sent flying countless times and kept tumbling. Lin Xian and the others inside also felt their blood boil. Li Hongxiu was shocked. What level was this? Was this the weapon of a great sage king? Wasn't it too terrifying? She had only seen such a weapon in her father's possession. She had never seen the others before. Lin Xian didn't say the specific level. Instead, he said that with this thing, they wouldn't be able to break in. The toad kept roaring. "Damn it! How dare they chase after me? I'll kill them when I have the chance." The crimson dragon and the others also had cold expressions. "Damn it, counterattack." They began to attack from the Great Sage Tower. They were very strong. Now that they didn't have to worry about anything, they naturally attacked crazily. All kinds of divine abilities and laws surged outside. Lin Xian even conjured all kinds of swords of laws and slashed horizontally and vertically. In an instant, many people were seriously injured. They all frantically retreated and widened the distance. "Damn Lin Wuti, come out if you dare." "That's right, didn't you claim to be invincible? Why are you a coward? Leave this pagoda if you dare." One by one, the saints were clamoring. Lin Xian, who was in the Great Sage Tower, laughed coldly when he heard this. "How dare you talk back to me? Aren't you just relying on your numbers? Who would dare to fight one-on-one? Who would dare to fight 1-on-10, let alone 1-on-1? Kid, ignore them. Hundreds of people are chasing after one of us. What kind of heroes are they? Just kill them from afar." Lin Xian wasn't afraid of 1-on-10. But now, it wasn't a problem of 10 or 20 people, but hundreds or even thousands of people. With so many saints working together, no one could stop them. The toad roared even louder. Its mouth was capable of infuriating people to death without paying for it. "Damn, Lei Zhen, aren't you awesome? If you have the ability, come out and fight me 1-on-1. I'll slap you to death. And you 9-headed Qilin, what's so great about that? I'll chop it up and eat it. Is the 10,000 Swords Pavilion so awesome? 23 people chasing after one. If you have the ability, let's fight 1-on-1. Didn't we kill the 7 swords of Tianshan too?" The toad's clamoring voice could be heard. The sages outside all had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it, they really deserved to die. Indeed, they really didn't dare to fight 1-on-1. They didn't even dare to fight 1-on-10. The 7 swords of Tianshan the 7 terrifying sword saints had been killed. The others wouldn't be a match either. They could only rely on their numbers. However, this trick was useless because they couldn't open the pagoda in front of them at all. Linwoody, come out and fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. Lei Jin stood out. Chapter 3962. I lost you last time, but this time my strength has increased greatly. I will definitely be able to kill you personally. The lightning on his body was incomparably terrifying. You're so shameless. Now you want to fight one-on-one? Fine, get them all out of the Hall of Life, and we'll agree to fight you one-on-one. The toad mocked. Previously, when you brought people to surround the Inyan Hall, did you think about fighting one-on-one? Now that you want to fight one-on-one, isn't it to lure us out? Kid, do it. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. He controlled the great sage pagoda and charged over. The laws of sword erupted and stabbed directly at Lei Jin. All kinds of sword qi swept out like a storm. Lei Jin was furious. He was courting death. He struck out lightning that filled the sky to resist. However, he was still forced back. Just the great sage pagoda alone was enough to send him flying. Damn it, you don't dare to fight? Lei Jin roared. If you want to fight one-on-one, I'll grant you your wish. Suddenly, Lin Xian used a method and directly pulled Lei Jin into the great sage pagoda. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out from the great sage pagoda. The people outside were dumbfounded by what they saw. The people from Thunder God City were even more crazy. Not long after, Lei Jin was thrown out. His body was broken and bleeding, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. He roared crazily, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Young master, are you all right?" The people from Thunder God City also rushed over. They could see that Lei Jin was injured and tortured. However, his life wasn't in danger. This made them heave a sigh of relief. However, their faces soon darkened. Was this a slap in the face? It was a crazy slap in the face. 9-headed Qilin, aren't you very powerful? Then come over too. Lin Xian controlled the great sage pagoda and charged towards 9-headed Qilin. 9-headed Qilin was scared out of his wits. Lei Jin almost died when he went in. If he went in, wouldn't he be killed by the other party? He only had 7 lives left. He didn't dare to waste them. He fled crazily. However, the 2 demons beside him didn't escape. They were pulled in. After a series of explosions, the great sage pagoda suddenly calmed down. What was going on? Why wasn't anyone thrown out? Could he have been killed? After a while, the aroma of barbecued meat wafted from the great sage tower. Everyone vomited blood. F***ck, these 2 greater demons must have thought of them as food and stewed them. Damn it. 9-headed Qilin and the others were so angry that they were about to spit out blood. However, they did not dare to step forward anymore. It was like an invincible tortoiseshell. They couldn't get in, but the other party could pull them in. If he went in alone and faced Lin Xian and his terrifying friends, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Lei Jin was also scared. Fortunately, he was a human. If he was a demonic beast, he would have been stewed. This action shocked everyone. They didn't expect it to work this way. Was the 10,000 swords pavilion very powerful? Lin Xian controlled the great sage pagoda and charged towards the 23 sword saints. Damn it. The 23 sword saints frantically retreated. They didn't dare to fight against the other party. The great sage pagoda was very fast. It broke through the void and cut off everything. Gather together. The 23 people wanted to gather together, but in an instant a white monkey appeared and knocked a few of them unconscious, completely pulling them in. In the next moment, there was an earth-shaking sound. Not long after, 5 sword saints were thrown out. There were only heads and no corpses. 5 heads drifted in the wind. It was abnormally miserable. Dead. Such powerful martial venerables and sword saints were killed in a short period of time. It was too unbelievable. This Lin Wudi was too terrifying. Not only that, Not only was Lin Wuди inside, but there was also Li Hongxiu and the Saintess of the Kunlun Pavilion. His companions were also very powerful. How could the 5-sword saints be a match for them? Run away. These people fled, frantically. Those who were slow to escape were dragged in and died. Originally, everyone had gathered to form a terrifying army to kill Lin Xian. Who would have thought that in the end they would be chased like stray dogs? Haha, Lei Zhen, come and fight me one-on-one. I'll slap you to death. There were also 9 Qilins. Hurry up and come over to die. The toad shouted inside. Their main targets were these top prodigies. On Lei Zhen's back, a pair of thunderwings kept flapping. The 9 Qilins wished they could grow 2 more legs. They were too aggrieved. They had cultivated for so long, and their cultivation had increased greatly. They originally wanted to hold their heads high. However, they realized that they were even more aggrieved than before. In the end, these people all fled the palace of all life, not daring to stay any longer. Next, Lin Xian and the others began to travel around the palace of all life to collect all kinds of resources. Their cultivations were also rapidly increasing. Lin Xian could feel that he was not far from making a breakthrough in his cultivation. Soon, he would be able to enter the ranks of the 5th firmament. Boom! Boom! On this day, a loud sound suddenly came from the depths of the Roland's palace. Following that, an extremely terrifying aura spread out. It caused everyone in the 5 palaces to be terrified. What happened? Let's go and take a look. These people rushed out and rushed towards the depths of the Roland's palace. Lin Xian and the others naturally felt it too. They were puzzled. The Crimson Dragon was drooling. Could it be that another treasure had appeared in the Roland's palace? As for the toad, its expression changed. Damn, could it be that someone had touched it? No, I have to go take a look. It turned into a stream of light and flew quickly. Let's go too. Lin Xian called out. Everyone flew and followed the toad out of the palace of all life, heading towards the depths of the Roland's palace. The others also came out. Along the way, they encountered Lin Xian and the others and retreated. Now, not many people dared to provoke Lin Xian and the others. In front, Lei Zhen, the 9 Qilins, Gao Yu, Bai Luo, and the others were all there. Even the great, desolate mansion's Yu was there. When some people saw Lin Xian and the others, they all turned their heads, their eyes filled with murderous intent. However, no one made a move because the aura in front was too abnormal. It was as if an ancient overlord had come back to life. Not only that, there were golden runes shining between heaven and earth in front of them. Golden light filled the sky and scattered over. As a result, everyone could only stop here, unable to take a step forward. Someone could not help but want to try, but in the end, his body shattered and he screamed. The others were also stunned. What was going on? The toad stood at the front, its eyes wide open as if it wanted to see through everything. Lin Xian also activated the Heavenly Secrets, child prodigy. He passed through layers of space and saw a shocking scene. In front of him, there was a figure in black robes with his back facing him. That was Black Mountain. Lin Xian was shocked. This commotion was caused by Black Mountain. It was too unbelievable. Was Black Mountain fighting for the treasure? One had to know that Black Mountain was a great sage when he was alive. Although he had fallen and was only a remnant soul, his strength might not be as strong as theirs. However, his methods and foresight far surpassed theirs. The fact that he was here meant that there must be something incredible ahead. Chapter 3963. He looked carefully and found that there was a golden platform in front of Heishan, and there was a figure lying on the golden platform. It was a woman wearing an ancient Taoist robe. Her eyes were closed as if she was asleep. The woman was extremely beautiful. What was even more surprising was that her lower body was actually that of a snake. Was this a demonic beast? Lin Xian was surprised. Could it be an ancient corpse? At this moment, he saw Heishan move. Heishan took a few more steps forward. Suddenly, the golden platform shone brightly and burst out with an unparalleled light, tearing apart the space in the sky. In the next moment, everyone felt a terrifying storm that wanted to tear them apart. At the same time, they all screamed. That was because the light pierced through space, allowing them to see the scene in front of them. Heavens, there was actually someone in front of them. How was that possible? Who was that person? They also saw a man in a black robe, but they did not recognize him. Look, there was something in front of him. Everyone saw that there was a golden platform in front of them, and there was a mysterious woman on it. She had a human body and a snake tail. Could it be an ancient, demonic beast? Everyone was shocked. The toad screamed crazily as he crawled on the ground. Her Majesty, Lin Xian, was shocked. Could it be that the toad knew? He asked twice and found that the toad's eyes were red, and it could not hear any sound at all. It was really strange. It seemed that he would have to wait until this guy calmed down before asking. Lin Xian stared ahead, not knowing what He Shan wanted to do. He Shan stood in front. He was still quite a distance away from the golden platform. Moreover, he found that the space in front of him seemed very close, but it was like a natural chasm that spanned across there, and it was impossible to cross. So close, yet worlds apart? He Shan's eyes flickered. However, it seemed that he did not give up. His gaze was fixed on the sleeping woman in front of him. To be precise, the thing in the woman's hand. It was a ruby. It was made of some unknown gem, and it was abnormally mysterious. He Shan used a few secret techniques to pass through so close, yet worlds apart. However, it triggered a change. The ruby suddenly shone, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. He Shan was sent flying. At the same time, the entire golden palace shook violently. Not good. Retreat quickly. Lei Zhan, the 9 Qilins, and the others narrowed their eyes and retreated in an instant. Lin Xian and the others also felt a sense of crisis. Come in quickly. He took out the great sage pagoda again and let Murong Qingqing and the others in. When he left, he found that the toad was still lying there. Let's go. He stretched out a large hand and grabbed the toad, bringing it into the great sage tower. Then he shattered the void and escaped from this place. Your Majesty, I want to follow you. The toad was growling. He said, Why did you pull me back? The crimson dragon scorned. Brother, aren't you too spineless? Isn't it just a woman? Don't tell me you're going to die for her just because you took a look. In a while, this brother will bring you to find many beautiful demonic beasts and let you have your fill. What the hell do you know? That's my queen. She's not someone other people can compare to. The toad's eyes turned red. Lin Xian pulled the crimson dragon aside and told him not to provoke the toad. Then he asked, Do you know that sleeping woman? Tell me, what is her identity? Why are you here? Kid, don't try to trick me. You shouldn't know these things. If you know, you'll be in big trouble. Lin Xian was shocked. The others were even more curious. They asked one after another. However, the toad didn't even want to say a single word. In the end, they could only give up. Northern Demon's face was solemn. He was very worried. He didn't know how his master was doing. Just now he saw that Black Mountain was sent flying by the impact. The crimson dragon beside him said, Don't worry. How could anything happen to that old monster? He has more tricks up his sleeve than we thought. Lin Xian also comforted him. Black Mountain should be fine. Although that was the case, they were still curious. Black Mountain might know the secret of the Roland's golden palace. They flew all the way until they were far away before they calmed down. The others also had lingering fears. However, the Roland's golden palace was shaking more and more violently. The terrifying aura in the distance was still erupting. Oh no, it looks like we have to leave this place. Everyone was unwilling. There were countless treasures in the Roland's golden palace, but now they had to leave. Let's go. Lin Xian led the group away. They had obtained many benefits. If they stayed any longer, their lives would be in danger. They also left the Roland's golden palace and went outside. The Roland's golden palace shook violently. The door suddenly opened and a terrifying golden light shot into the sky. The entire celestial fate planet shook violently because of this movement. There seemed to be endless laws in the world. The great Tao intertwined. Oh no, something unimaginable has happened. Their expressions were solemn. In the depths of the celestial fate planet, the eyes of the people on the pilgrim ranking also shone with a cold light. Looks like it's about time. Let's go. These people brought their followers and subordinates and quickly rushed into the distance. They scattered in all 5 directions. The great Tao in the sky scattered down, completely drowning the space where the 5 of them were. A shocking change occurred. The entire celestial fate planet was divided into 9 regions. The 5 people on the pilgrim ranking each occupied one of the 5 regions. The other 4 regions were empty. No one had entered them yet. This scene was shocking. There was actually an unexpected change. It seemed that it exceeded their expectations. These people were surprised. They had originally thought that there would be at most 6 regions. Perhaps there were only 5 regions, but he didn't expect there to be 9. The eyes of the 5 geniuses on the pilgrim ranking shone. Their subordinates were delighted. This was great. This way they would all have a chance. Young master, why don't you let us give it a try? Their subordinates were excited. The 5 geniuses nodded. These people were all their followers. If they could snatch one more area, it would be a great advantage for them. The final path was about to open. Next was to seize the Destiny Stone. They had to obtain their own Destiny Stone. Their subordinates were overjoyed when they received the order. They quickly rushed to the 4 uninhabited regions. But soon their expressions changed. They discovered that even though they had crossed over the neighboring regions, the great Tao that was pressing down on them had become heavier. They even turned into chains, binding their bodies. Damn it, they were being suppressed. When the 5 geniuses saw this, their eyes shone with a cold light. Was this the suppression of regions? It seemed that they couldn't move around freely in the 9 regions. Chapter 3964. Some of them were unwilling to give up and wanted to stay here by force. There were also some people who had thoughts of retreating. Under this kind of suppression, could they beat the latecomers? They were not confident. At this time, Lin Xian and the others also felt the rumbling in the depths of planet Tianming. These people did not know what was going on. They retreated frantically in all directions. At this moment, the great path in the sky descended, and everyone was divided into different areas. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others were together because they were in the great sage pagoda. There were many people with them. The most dazzling of them all was Lei Zhen and a few experts from the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Yu Yu from the great desolate mansion was also here. Of course, the other saints and some experts of the older generation were also here. They looked around, their faces full of surprise. What was going on? Could it be that they had been sealed? No, look. Someone looked down from the sky. The entire planet Tianming was divided into 9 areas, and they all led to the deepest part of the planet Tianming's heart. These people rose into the sky and found that it was indeed so. For example, the 9 Qilins were in the area next to them. There were others further away. Among them, there were 5 figures that shone like stars in the night sky. Their auras were much stronger than the 9 Qilins, Lei Zhan, and the others. When Li Hongxiu saw them, she exclaimed, "The 5 people on the pilgrim roll. They had indeed appeared." Was it them? Morong Qingqing, Lin Xian, and the others also looked over. They saw that the 5 figures were too terrifying. Their auras were at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. They knew that these people were originally minor saints, but they were able to enter because they suppressed their cultivation. Even so, they were stronger than ordinary 5th heavenly layer experts. Probably not many people were a match for them. There were a total of 7 people on the pilgrim roll. Now, 5 of them had appeared, and 2 of them were not. Or rather, they were already here, but they were hiding. Li Hongxiu began to introduce them to Lin Xian, Murong Qingcheng, and the others in detail. She did not know much. She only knew the names of these people and their sections. I don't know the specifics. Look at that guy over there. He's covered with sword light and looks like a sword god. He's an expert from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. His name is Wan Jiani. The other one wore black armor and carried a long spear on his back. He was Yu Quan of the Great Desolate Mansion. He was Yu's older brother. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Yu was the head disciple of the Great Desolate Mansion. He never thought that his elder brother was actually one of the geniuses on the holy pilgrimage list. At this moment, many people cried out in surprise. What a beautiful woman! There were even some people that couldn't help but look toward that area. When Li Hongxiu saw this, she snorted coldly and pointed in that direction. She said, "Do you see that woman?" Her name was Qin Xianer, and she was from the Joyous Union Palace. This woman cultivated this kind of seduction technique. Who knew how many fifth-layer saints had been mercilessly toyed with by her? Speaking of this person, Li Hongxiu snorted heavily. It seemed that she was very dissatisfied with his cultivation method and actions. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly, then asked, "Where are the others?" He looked in several other directions. Li Hongxiu was shocked. She never thought that Lin Xian would be unaffected. One had to know that this Qin Xianer was extremely powerful. She had a special bloodline constitution. Coupled with her cultivation method, some saints couldn't escape at all. As expected, even Lei Zhen and the 9 Qilins had a trace of passion in their eyes. However, Lin Xian didn't have it at all. How could she know that Lin Xian's mind was so firm? No seduction, technique, or illusion could affect him. Li Hongxiu took a deep breath and continued to introduce. The one wearing a Taoist robe and a mask was from the Limitless sect. He was called Chao Tiansheng. Lin Xian looked over and was shocked. This person was very special. Indeed, she sensed a special aura from this person. However, he couldn't describe it with words. Furthermore, the mask that the other party was wearing was also green and had fangs. It was extremely terrifying. The last one was called Mo Xiao, and he was from the Acheron Hall. Acheron Hall? Hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised. Murong Qingcheng also frowned slightly. Previously, when they were in the Palace of All Life, they were attacked by the powerhouses of the Acheron Hall. At that time, they didn't know who was hiding in the dark and communicated with the countless bone army, which almost killed them. This Mo Xiao looked ordinary, but the aura on his body was extremely terrifying. Under his feet, there was a yellow river surging. That was the water of the Acheron. There were white bones rolling in it. They were all corpses of saints. Just this scene alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Needless to say, the strength of these 5 people was extremely terrifying. What about the other 2? The Crimson Dragon also couldn't wait to ask. Who were those 2 people? Li Hongxiu said, "The 2 people who didn't appear. One of them is the spatial powerhouse I told you about, Gufeng. The other person is very strange. I only know that he's called Wu Exan. However, I don't know what he looks like. I only know that he's a mysterious assassin, perhaps from the mortal world." A top assassin in the mortal world. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The Crimson Dragon also said, "Damn, this organization is really haunting us." Gu Feng had spatial abilities, so no one knew when he would appear. As for Wu Exan, he was even more terrifying. His hiding skills were very strange. Perhaps he had already arrived. Moreover, he was hiding right beside them. These 2 people were extremely dangerous. After Lin Xian and the others heard this, they had a general understanding in their hearts. Among all the people who entered the heavenly fate planet this time, these 7 people were probably the most powerful. However, they still didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker among these people. The pilgrimage leaderboard was still a little far from them. After all, these were all minor saints. As for those below the pilgrimage leaderboard, Lin Xian was confident that he could defeat everyone. Everyone waited patiently. During this time, they also learned that each area could lead to the depths of the heavenly fate heart. And in the depths of the heart, there was the legendary heavenly fate stone. Only there could they see their own heavenly fate. The so-called heavenly fate was actually the scene of their own future. What these people wanted to see was their future path, their limits, and where they could go. Could the future be calculated? Wasn't the future supposed to be mysterious and unpredictable? Lin Xian was astonished. Li Hongxiu said softly, "Indeed, that was the case. The calculation was based on your best condition. In other words, it was your limit. Everyone, no matter how talented or how good the resources were, would always have a limit. In other words, once you reach there, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven to take another step forward. Perhaps you would never be able to take another step forward in your lifetime." Chapter 3965. What we need to do now is to try our best and see where our limits lie. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others fell silent. Indeed, becoming a great emperor was everyone's goal, but whether they could achieve it was another matter entirely. And one's own limits were indeed related to one's future path and the concrete future. That was why they were so eager to know. "I wonder where my limits lie." Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Murong Qingqing, who was standing on the side, also said, "Could it be that what we see is definitely the future? Is there no one who can break through the heavenly fate?" Li Hongxiu said, "Of course there is." The heavenly fate planet was only under normal conditions. For example, a person's future limit was to become a sage king. However, if they were killed when they became a sage venerate, they naturally wouldn't be able to become a sage king. That would cause them to die prematurely. Of course, there was another way to break through the heavenly fate. However, they had never heard of such a person. Perhaps there were such people in the ancient and primordial era. All right, don't be so sad. We're definitely very talented. I'm going to become the Dragon Emperor. I have to see what my heavenly fate is. The dark divine dragon's eyes shone brightly. The others were also filled with ambition. Let's go. These people came out of the great sage tower and charged forward. There were 9 regions. According to the rules of the heavenly fate planet, they were in the 9th region, while Chao Tianxing was in the 1st. The other regions were in a clockwise order, forming a circle that divided the entire heavenly fate planet. They quickly flew toward the depths of the planet. They met many people along the way. Some of them were terrified when they saw Lin Xian. Of course, there were also some who had cold gazes. They even secretly transmitted their voices. It seemed like they wanted to attack. Lin Xian ignored them. It was fine if they didn't attack, but if they did, he could guarantee that they would know the meaning of despair and regret. Their speed was very fast, and they flew all the way. However, the heavenly fate planet was very big. This time, they were heading toward the depths of the planet. There were also some powerful beasts and terrifying traps. They hadn't entered the planet before, but now that they were, it was very dangerous. Sure enough, there were people who died in front of them. Blood soared into the sky, and it was incomparably miserable. "We have to be careful," Lin Xian reminded. Everyone else also had solemn expressions on their faces. Behind them was a man in black armor. His face was cold. Lin Wudi's good days were coming to an end. "I didn't expect him to be assigned to the same area as me. I want to be the ruler of the 9th district." The one who spoke was precisely Yu. His older brother, Yu Quan, had occupied a region. Thus, he wanted to occupy a region as well. That was because there was no pilgrimage list in this region. As such, it did not fear anyone. Whether it was Lin Wudi or Lei Zhen, they would all crawl at his feet. In front of them, Lin Xian and the others were moving forward at an extremely fast speed. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the depths of celestial fate. There was a dangerous aura ahead. Everyone felt their blood run cold. Lin Xian frowned as he activated his God's Heaven Eye and scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, he realized that there was an ancient tree sitting cross-legged in front of him. That dangerous aura was emitted by the ancient tree. It was an extremely terrifying tree demon. He did not know what realm it had reached. Perhaps it was a small saint. However, it was too obscure and mysterious. He could not tell. Lin Xian also did not know if the cultivation of celestial fate was only suppressed for them or for everyone. If the native creatures of celestial fate were not suppressed, then it would be dangerous. In short, the tree demon in front of them gave them a fatal sense of threat. Should they kill their way through or enter the great sage tower? The Crimson Dragon asked. Li Hongxiu shook her head. She did not agree. She said that they had already arrived at the depths of celestial fate. There were many ruins left behind by ancient saints. We should properly comprehend them and improve our laws. The northern demon stood up and walked forward. Senior, we have no ill intentions. We just want to pass through here. As he spoke, he opened up his sky-piercing divine tree. Behind him, the illusion of a huge divine tree swayed and emitted a mysterious aura. The killing intent of the tree demon in front of them disappeared. His branches swayed and then gave way to a path. Thank you, Senior. The northern demon and the others bowed. Then they walked forward and left this area. The Crimson Dragon and the others heaved a sigh of relief. The aura of that tree demon just now was too terrifying. Could it really be a small saint? Everyone continued on their way. Not long after, they stopped in front of a mountain. There was a palm print on it. The shadow of the palm was truly incredible. Although it was only a shallow print, there was blood left on it. Moreover, Lin Xian and the others discovered that it was the blood of at least a dozen saints. In other words, this palm print had killed more than a dozen saints, and they were not ordinary saints. The aura left behind by this blood was too terrifying. It was very likely that it was a small saint or a holy venerable. In other words, the one who left this mark was most likely a saint king. They quickly comprehended it. They surrounded the palm print and quickly comprehended it. They were quite free to comprehend it here. A day later, a cold voice came from behind them. Lin Xian and the others suddenly opened their eyes. Who was it? The toad had also recovered. When it saw the situation, it immediately roared. How dare you peek at me? I'll beat you to death. How dare a toad be arrogant in front of me? 13 people walked over from the front. They were all wearing black armor, and their auras were unparalleled. People from the great, desolate mansion? Li Hongxiu frowned. What do you want? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He did not see Yu's figure. However, these 13 people were also incredible. They were all Fifth Heaven saints. 10 of them were in the mid-stage Fifth Heaven, and 3 were in the late-stage Fifth Heaven. The killing intent emitted from their bodies was terrifying. The leader sneered. Lin Wudi, I heard that you dared to provoke our great desolate mansion and disrespect the previous generation's Huangzi. I'll give you a chance to live. If you kneel down and submit, you can live. It's the same for you people. He pointed at the northern demon, the Crimson Dragon, and the toad. Then he looked at the Morong Qingcheng and Li Hongxiu. As for you two beauties, young master invites you two to enjoy the flowers and drink. You want us to be your slaves? Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. Who do you think you are? How dare you show off in front of us? The toad jumped up. Damn, I'll slap you to death. Hurry up and come over. Be my human pet. I'll torture you properly. Otherwise, you're dead. Li Hongxiu snorted coldly. What about Yu? How dare he show off in front of us? Chapter 3966. The experts from the great desolate mansion looked gloomy. They were infuriated by the behavior of this group of people. Lin Wudi, it seems like you're out of your mind. It's your honor to be our young master's subordinate. Don't forget that our young master isn't just the chief disciple. Our young master's brother is on the pilgrim list. Submitting to our chief disciple is equivalent to submitting to young master Yuquan. You have to think this through. It's your honor to be young master Youchuan's follower. Lin Xian sneered. You've been kneeling for so long that you can't even stand up. You're proud of being a slave? It seems like you don't know what's good for you. Young Master Yu knew you would behave like this, so he gave us an order. If you dare to resist, we'll beat you half to death and let you know the consequences of offending us. Let's do it. The murderous aura on their bodies grew stronger. All kinds of laws were emitted from their bodies, and the terrifying sacred weapons kept rumbling. It seemed like these people were about to attack. Kill! The leader of the group roared. 13 saints attacked at the same time. It seemed like they didn't dare to be careless when facing Lin Wuti. These 13 people were too strong. They were even more terrifying than the 7 swords of Heavenly Mountain. They didn't know what was good for them. The toad sneered, the crimson dragon snorted, and the others had a mocking look on their faces. On the other hand, Lin Xian's eyes were filled with unparalleled killing intent. The sword law on his body emitted a clanging sound. The combination of the laws formed the Great Sun sword on one side and the Death demonic saber on the other. The saber and sword struck out together, and a terrifying aura covered the sky. The saber slashed out, and the 2 powerful sages instantly turned into bones. Not good. They retreated frantically, and their faces were filled with horror. The saber had taken away most of their vitality, and they had almost died here. As soon as they retreated, the Great Sun sword slashed down with an unparalleled aura and monstrous flames. Their armors were shattered, and their bodies were split in half. Kill! Lin Xian roared, and various sword techniques were unleashed. The power was terrifying, and it made them despair. The 13 sages of the great desolate mansion were terrified. Damn it. They finally understood why those people had such mocking expressions on their faces earlier. This kid's strength had actually become so strong. He was so strong that they felt despair. Lin Xian did not let the others attack. He attacked alone, and all kinds of nomological swords danced between heaven and earth. Not long after, the 13 powerful saints were all killed. All kinds of broken weapons were scattered all over the ground. Lin Xian withdrew his laws and stood with his hands behind his back. His body was spotless. Clean up the battlefield. Let's go. The crimson dragon waved its claws and grabbed their storage rings. Then everyone turned around and walked forward. In the rear, Yu stood in front of a rift valley and carefully sensed his surroundings. The canyon was split open by a single slash. The dazzling aura on it was extremely terrifying. It should have been left behind by the Lord. At this moment, Yu's eyes erupted with terrifying radiance. The aura of great desolation spread from his body. All sorts of laws intertwined. Suddenly, the expression of his subordinate beside him changed. In his hand was a spell formation with 13 dots of light on it, which instantly vanished and dimmed. Not good. He screamed in fright. Ahead, Yu, who was comprehending, was interrupted. He turned around, his ice-cold eyes tearing through the void. That man continuously retreated. Young Master, I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that the people we sent out have all died. He knew that interrupting the other party was a matter of beheading, but the current situation was extremely dangerous. Dead. Yu's eyes erupted with biting, cold-killing intent. Did you say that the 13 people were all killed? Not a single one of them escaped? He was really surprised. With the 13 of them attacking together, how terrifying was that? Could it be that Lin Wuti was already terrifying to such an extent? Someone on the side said that Lin Wuti was not alone. There were many experts at his side. There was Kunlun Pavilion's holy daughter, as well as the Saint King's daughter. Perhaps they had taken action and helped. Not knowing the difference between life and death. Then I'll go personally. Yu waved his hand and brought the people beside him forward. Soon, they arrived at the previous mountain peak. When they saw the shattered armor and corpses in front of them, their faces became incomparably cold. What terrifying sword energy! When those saints saw the cracks in the surroundings, as well as the remnant sword intent on the corpses, Their faces were filled with horror. This sword energy is too biting cold. Why do I feel like it was done by the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? Did Lin Wudy have any connection with the 10,000 Swords Pavilion? Yu Yu frowned and asked. The others said that shouldn't be the case. It was rumored that Lin Wudy killed Heavenly Mountain's 7 swords. It was definitely impossible for him to join hands with the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Could it be that he did it himself? No wonder he was so arrogant. He had some strength. Later, I'll use the great desolate blade to kill him. Yu Yu's eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was time to display his strength. Let's go. He walked forward with a cold smile on his face. 3 days later, he caught up to the other party. You are Lin Wudy, right? You dare to kill my people? You have guts. Kneel down now and become my subordinate. If you work for me, I can consider sparing your life. Otherwise, you and your companions will all die. Yu Yu's voice was incomparably cold. There were idiots every year, but there were especially many this year. There was someone who didn't know the difference between life and death. Toad coldly snorted. The dark divine dragon also sneered. They didn't take it to heart. Lin Xian looked at the other party. You are Yu Yu. You don't even put your elder brother in your eyes, let alone you. If you don't want to die, then scram. You are courting death. Yu Yu was furious. Not only did the other party look down on him, but he also dared to look down on his elder brother. He was too arrogant and didn't know the difference between life and death. Do you know what my elder brother's identity is? My elder brother is someone on the holy pilgrimage list. He can crush you to death with a flick of his finger. The other saints of the great desolate mansion also snorted coldly. Lin Wudy, you are too arrogant. You don't know the difference between you and the geniuses on the holy pilgrimage list. Difference? Lin Xian's gaze said, I admit that they have lived for a few hundred years longer. There is a difference in cultivation. But so what? After the celestial star leaves, I will be able to enter the holy pilgrimage list. I can replace your elder brother. Do you believe me? Lin Xian indeed had this kind of confidence. With his current strength, he could fight against a late-stage 5th firmament. When his cultivation increased, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight against a small saint. Therefore, he really wasn't bragging. Perhaps in the near future he could do it. When Yu Yu and the others heard this, they laughed. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Did he know that the people on the holy pilgrimage list were all small saints? Moreover, they were all extremely terrifying small saints. With just you? They shook their heads, sneers in their eyes. You aren't even a 5th firmament saint. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant here? Chapter 39:67. A late-stage 4th heaven person dared to boast shamelessly, wanting to enter the holy rankings? What kind of joke was this? Ignorant. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. You are courting death. Yu Yu was completely enraged. The other party had always acted like he was deep and profound. This made him furious. What was he acting for? His cultivation was inferior to his, so kill him. Yu waved his hand. Immediately, the two beside him rushed up, their spears turning into giant dragons as they charged forward. Lin Wudy, kneel down and accept your death. Boom, boom. The spears trembled, the power of desolation pervading the air. The space in front of them continuously shattered, drowning Lin Xian within. They retracted their hands, laughing coldly. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Don't worry, we controlled our strength, he won't die. However, he only had half a breath left. The two sneered. However, when the space in front of them disappeared, they were stunned. Because Lin Wudy was standing there, his hands behind his back, completely unharmed. How was this possible? The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Xian flicked the dust off his body. This was the full power of the two of you. Too weak. You were just scratching my itch. You too should also take a punch from me. He took a step forward, a fist smashing out. The bodies of two saints of the great, desolate mansion exploded abruptly. Blood splashed onto Yu and the others' faces. How was this possible? The other party was so strong. These people from Great Desolate Manor all went crazy. Lin Xian retracted his hand, shaking his head. Toad, you go. These people are too weak. I am not interested. Damn, I am not interested either. The toad rolled its eyes. Lin Xian laughed. If you win against these people, they will all become your human pets. The things in their storage rings will all be yours. Really? The toad was interested this time. This is not bad. Come, come, come. I will fight you 300 rounds. Damn it. These people from Great Desolate Manor were about to grind their teeth to pieces. A toad dared to show off in front of them? Lin Wudi, what is the meaning of this? You actually dare to look down on me? Yu roared crazily. He was going crazy. No one had ever dared to look down on him. I want to fight you one-on-one. One-on-one? Fine, I'll grant you your wish. Lin Xian walked out. Do you want me to give you a handicap of one hand or 3 moves? You're courting death. The other party's condescending attitude made him very unhappy. He opened his mouth and spat out a black storm. It turned into a sharp blade that slashed forward. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his hand, shattering the storm. The void in the middle was torn beyond recognition and shattered beyond recognition. What a strong physique. This scene was too frightening. This was Yu's attack. The other party actually received it barehandedly. The experts of the Great Desolation Mansion felt their scalps go numb. They had always thought that the rumors about the other party were exaggerated and that they had disdained them. But now, it seemed that the other party was ridiculously strong. Yu was also alarmed. Just now, that black storm wasn't simple. It carried poison on it, moreover carrying a desolate aura. Even a fifth heaven sage would be injured if they were to come into contact with it. However, the other party was able to shatter it so easily. Thinking of this, his face turned cold. With a stomp of his foot, the void trembled. He turned into a streak of black lightning and pounced forward. At the same time, his palms slapped down. A terrifying light flickered above. A desolate mountain pressed down from the sky. Die, brat! He used the Great Desolation Mansion's ultimate technique, Desolation Palm. With a palm strike, the surrounding plants quickly withered as if winter had arrived. How could mere desolation compare to death? Lin Xian snorted coldly and clenched his hand into a fist. A black fist punched out, carrying with it the monstrous law of death. The power of death and the power of desolation collided, the two sides continuously tearing each other apart. The plants and demonic beasts in a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were instantly deprived of their vitality. Large areas of vegetation withered. Those demonic beasts were also on the verge of death, falling to ground. That scene was truly too terrifying. The people of the Great Desolation Mansion continuously retreated, supporting their laws to resist. This aura of death was too terrifying. Only the Great Desolation Scripture could block it. Boom! Boom! After an intense collision, Yu retreated, his face full of shock. The other party actually knew the death laws, which was incomparably similar to his desolation aura. Moreover, the power was not weaker than his. It was really too shocking. A fourth heaven ant was actually more powerful than him. One had to know that he was a level higher than the other party. He could kill people of the same level as him, like cutting vegetables. But now, he could not do anything to the other party. On the other side, Lin Xian was also surprised. To be able to block his death laws, it was a bit interesting. The Great Desolation Scripture was indeed mysterious, as expected of the Holy City's ultimate technique. Then let's see if your desolation is more powerful or my death laws. The aura on Yu's body became even more terrifying. His eyes released cold lightning like a demon, incomparably terrifying. The terrifying desolation aura formed countless blades that slashed down from the sky. Great Desolation Blade. The entire world was shaking. This was a peerless blade technique. It was incomparable as it ruthlessly slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian also used the death laws. The terrifying scythe of death continuously attacked. At the same time, his other hand struck out with the sun sword. Coupled with the sword laws, it erupted with incomparably dazzling light. The blade and sword attacked together, blocking it head-on. The two collided as if two worlds collided, interweaving with an incomparable aura. Boom! Boom! Shocking great Tao was released, causing the saints of the great Desolation Mansion to be terrified. This Lin Wuti could actually block the great Desolation Blade. It was really too inconceivable. Do you think, young master, you can win? Nonsense. The final winner will definitely be our young master. These people gritted their teeth. Although they said that they were nervous to the extreme because they did not have the confidence to win. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon and Murong Qingqing were also nervously watching. In front, the two people exchanged blows like lightning. Their speed was very fast, instantly colliding over 1,000 times. Then they quickly separated. Lin Xian's aura surged. On the other side, there was indeed a sword wound on Yu Yu's body, piercing through his shoulder. Blood flowed down from his shoulder. Not good, the young master was injured. When the people of the great Desolation Mansion saw this scene, they were terrified. They did not expect that the one who was injured was their young master. Did Lin Wuti have the upper hand? Should they attack? Their faces were incomparably cold. However, Yu Yu waved his hand, stopping their actions. Kid, you can injure me. You have completely angered me. Desolation, heaven destroying, slash. A desolate blade appeared in his hand, bringing with it an incomparable aura. The desolation on it erupted. This attack was unparalleled. It caused the expressions of Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others to change. This blade was too powerful. Lin Xian's expression was grave. He still had a trump card? Good. He laughed loudly. The power of yin and yang merged, forming a taiji diagram, turning into a taiji sword. Together with extremely terrifying sword laws, it slashed out. Chapter 3968. Heaven and earth lost their luster. Only a tai chi light spun, splitting everything apart. Yu Yu's body stopped in midair. The desolate blade in his hand also stopped. A bloody scar appeared between his brows, and it was getting bigger and bigger. With a poochie sound, his body split into two. Ah! A miserable sound rang out, making one's scalp go numb. Young master, the saints of the great desolate mansion, finally couldn't hold it in any more. They screamed in horror. Their young master was actually split into two halves. Damn it! These people rushed forward. Hurry up and attack. Many people charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his sword. The power of yin and yang blasted these people away. The toad and the crimson dragon were also angry. What? You want to bully me with numbers? Put it on. They rushed forward crazily. Come, 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 let me teach you how to behave. The toad attacked crazily. Toad divine technique. Every slap was enough to knock a person unconscious. On the other side, the crimson dragon was also incomparably powerful. He was simply a peerless Tyrannosaurus Rex. In addition, he was constantly using formations, causing those people to scream miserably. Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu also attacked. These two proud daughters of heaven attacked fiercely. They were even more terrifying than the toad and the crimson dragon. Although there were more than 20 saints on Bumblebee's side, they were incomparably miserable. The North Demon didn't attack. He directly summoned the sky-piercing divine tree. It took root between heaven and earth and emitted an extremely powerful mysterious aura to protect Lin Xian and the others. This was an intense battle, but it ended very quickly, because the great desolate mansion was no match at all. Soon, most of the saints were killed. Yu Yu was also beaten up twice. At this moment, he finally collapsed. His previous lofty ambitions had long disappeared without a trace. Young master, run. The last three were very strong. They barely survived, but their bodies were covered in injuries. Yu's expression was unwilling. Let's go. They rushed into the sky. Where could they run to? Lin Xian slashed down, enveloping all four of them. That was the yin-yang sword, and it exuded a deadly aura. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. A fifth firmament late stage cultivator rushed over. He shouted angrily, Young master, leave quickly. He charged forward alone with 2 sacred artifacts. Then he detonated the 2 sacred artifacts. He himself also exploded with a loud bang. This power was truly too violent, enough to overturn everything. Not good. The toad shrieked. Run. Although they were powerful, the might of the explosion of a saint artifact was simply too terrifying. Furthermore, there were 2 of them, plus a saint. It was too dangerous. Lin Xian instantly activated the Grand Sage Pagoda to protect everyone. The Grand Sage Tower violently attacked. When the energy disappeared, they walked out of the Great Sacred Tower. The surroundings were in a complete mess. Yu and the others had already fled. Should he still chase after him? Toad temperature. Lin Xian sneered. There was no need. They were not worth mentioning. Indeed, Lin Xian didn't care at all. So what if he was still alive? Even if there were 10 of them, they wouldn't be his match, so he didn't care at all. They continued on their way, heading towards the depths of planet heaven. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu and the other 2 fled into the distance. Only then did they stop in bewilderment. Damn it. Yu roared towards the sky. It was just too sullen. He was determined to become a supreme existence in the 9th region. He was going to lead all the saints. However, he was defeated in the first battle. Moreover, he was defeated so thoroughly. He brought more than 20 people, but now only 2 were left. It was just too miserable. That Linwoody, I will definitely kill him. Yu's eyes were completely red. The expressions of the 2 surviving saints were ugly. Young master, don't let your emotions affect your decisions. He is too strong. We aren't his match at all. If we continue to provoke him, we might all be wiped out. The 2 of them were also afraid. 20 of their companions were killed. This was a nightmare for them. They didn't want to experience it again. However, Yu went completely crazy. I haven't lost yet. So what if he is strong? I will definitely unite everyone and kill him. Contact Lei Zhen. Contact 10,000 Sword Pavilion's people. Tell them that I will form an alliance with them. After I kill Linwoody, my older brother, I will give them benefits. The 2 saints still wanted to say something, but Yu snorted coldly. What? You don't want to listen to me either? Do you really need my older brother to personally give the order? The 2 saints sighed. Young master, please calm down. We will go right now. They were extremely unwilling to accept this. They were already defeated to this extent, yet they still wanted to continue fighting. Wasn't this just courting death? However, they didn't dare to say anything either. It was because Yu's identity and his older brother's identity were incomparable in the great, desolate mansion. They didn't dare resist. That was why they could only follow orders. A few days later, those people came. 10 sword saints came from 10,000 Sword Pavilion. Each one of them was incomparably terrifying, indomitable. Thunder God City also sent a few experts, but Lei Zhen didn't come. This made Yu a bit angry. However, soon after, he snorted coldly. Cowards? Forget it. These people were enough. Moreover, experts from 10,000 Fiend City also came. This time, there were even more people than last time. There were more than 30 of them. Moreover, they were all elite experts with many saint artifacts. How could they not kill the other party this time? Let's go. You brought his people and slaughtered his way back. The group of people moved majestically through the 9th region. Everywhere they passed, countless people were shocked. Heaven, what a terrifying aura. Who were those people? They were people from Great Desolate Mansion, Thunder God City, and 10,000 Fiend City. There were also experts from some large families. What did these people want to do? The one leading them was Yu, right? They didn't know who he was going to attack. These people discussed spiritedly. Someone said, "When I passed by, I saw the corpses of many saints in Great Desolate Mansion. I reckon that Yu is going to take revenge." What? Who could kill more than a dozen saints from Great Desolate Mansion? These people were stupefied. It couldn't be Lin Wudi, right? They thought about it and realized that Lin Wudi was the only one who could do something so bold. Did this Yu eat a bear's heart and leopard's guts? He actually dared to fight Lin Wudi. Some people sneered. Lin Wudi's strength had long been deeply rooted in their hearts. Even those chief disciples weren't his match. What did Yu have? There were also people who sneered. What did you know? So what if Lin Wudi was strong? Could he be stronger than the Sage rankings? Yu's older brother was one of the top geniuses on the Sage rankings, Yu Quan. Did you think he would fear Lin Wudi? What? It was actually that person. Now these people saw it. Back then, when the world was divided into 9, they saw 5 godlike figures standing there. That powerful aura made everyone despair. They knew that those 5 people were the ones who stood above everyone else. Perhaps no one on Heaven's Mandate planet was stronger than Zhou Wu's people. Even Lin Wudi had to lower his head in front of them. No wonder Yu was so confident. With such a powerful trump card, anyone could flaunt their strength. Chapter 3969. Not long after, Yu led his people and caught up to Lin Xian again. They roared angrily, "I'm here for revenge. This time, you will definitely die." The Yu sacred artifact was cold. The people he found were all Lin Wudi's enemies, especially the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. They were very eager to kill him. As expected, those sword saints were indomitable, their auras incomparably terrifying. F***CK, you actually dare to come? Do you really think I'm a pushover? The toad jumped up angrily. The Crimson Dragon also snorted coldly. "Humph, Ben Huang looked for you last time. Do you not want to die? Kid, kill them." Even Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiu, and the others had cold expressions. These people were courting death again and again. They really did not know the difference between life and death. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning. He stood out and said coldly, "Last time I spared your life not because I was afraid of your brother. It was because I felt that you were too trash. Even 10 of you wouldn't be able to pose any threat to me. So I didn't continue to chase after you. But I didn't expect you to act so recklessly. Although you're a fly, if too many flies fly in front of me, it will annoy me. So this time I won't let you go again." Yu was so angry his entire body trembled. The other party actually dared to call him a fly. He couldn't tolerate it. Kill him for me. Whoever kills Lin Wudi will be heavily rewarded by my brother. Kill. The eyes of some of the saints from the large families turned red. To be able to have a relationship with a prodigy on the pilgrim list was their supreme glory. As for the people from 1,000 Demon City, Thunder God City, and 10,000 Swords Pavilion, there was no need to talk about them. They had enmity with Lin Xian to begin with. So at this moment, they wouldn't hold back. F***CK, I'm so angry. I'll attack first. The toad roared, its entire body bouncing out. Its 2 large claws covered the sky and earth, pressing down like a mountain. "Damn, Toad, you actually dare to be arrogant in front of us." A ferocious tiger and a lion roared. Both of them were saints of the 5th celestial layer, and their bloodlines were incomparably strong. How could they put a toad in their eyes at this moment? The 2 of them laughed nastily and attacked, wanting to kill the toad. The toad roared, "Do you too want to die? My bloodline is much stronger than yours." The claws became even more terrifying as they enveloped the 2 beast saints. However, at this time, the 2 of them screamed miserably as their heads flew into the air. It turned out that the 2 streaks of sword light had directly chopped off their heads. Damned brat, you dare to steal from me? The toad was angry. It turned out that Lin Xian had made a move. Brat, you're not allowed to snatch the person you found from me. Lin Xian's figure flickered, and his entire body transformed into a taiji diagram. Half of it was bright like fire, while the other half was pitch black like grinding stone. He brought with him an unparalleled aura. Wherever he passed, he split the 6 saints apart. Too strong, simply unparalleled. Damn it, those people were so scared that they retreated. Yu shouted angrily. Hurry, don't be scared of him. Join hands to attack him. As he spoke, he struck out with the great, desolate blade, continuously attacking. At this moment, the 10 sword saints also attacked. Leave Lin Wudi to us. With a roar, they unleashed an unparalleled amount of sword chi towards the front. Wherever it passed, heaven collapsed and earth split apart. Boom, boom, boom. This aura was too terrifying. Everyone's scalps went numb. Yu's people all became excited. This was great. Such powerful 10 sword saints. This Lin Wudi definitely couldn't contend against them. Hurry and attack. They crazily charged towards Murong Qingqing, Dark Rainbow Divine Dragon, and the others. Boom! A pitch-black, giant sword descended. It was as if 100,000 mountains were descending at the same time. This was a sword saint. Moreover, what he cultivated was heavy sword laws. It could be said that he had boundless strength, able to split heaven and earth. If a saint of the same level was suppressed by this sword energy, their body would shatter. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. How powerful was Lin Xian's physique? The sun's sword shone with boundless light. 9 suns split the sky. One sword tore apart the other party's sword energy. The black mountains that filled the sky were split apart. Not only that, but a crack had also appeared on the black sword. How was this possible? That sword saint's pupils constricted. His heart was dripping blood. This was his treasured sword. However, it was actually cracked by the other party. Damn it! Who exactly was the other party? Why was his sword technique so fierce? Wang. Just as he was in a daze, a pitch-black sword light flew over, instantly hacking his body. The death laws on it frantically absorbed his life force. He screamed in fright, quickly retreating. In that instant, half of his body caved in. It was as if he had become a dried corpse. Damn it! He roared angrily, using his strength to recover. As for the other few people, they quickly rushed over to attack. Lin Xian waved his palm. Countless sword energy interweaved, forming a yin-yang diagram to block. It also carried the power of stellar transposition. Every time it spun, it would deflect these people's sword energy. Wang. Lin Xian attacked again. The sun sword carried the light of life, slaughtering towards the injured sword saint. The sword had split him into 2 halves. He screamed crazily, trying to heal, but there was supreme sword energy on it. In addition, the terrifying flames had already burned his body. He couldn't heal at all. No, damn it! Quickly save him. He called for help like his companions. When the remaining 9 sword saints saw this scene, they were completely enraged. Damn brat, how dare you! They rushed over crazily, turning into 9 unparalleled sword lights, tearing everything apart. Lin Xian didn't fight against them. Instead, he watched the scene coldly. Those 9 people wanted to save them, but they found that their companions had already been killed. Damn it! Lin Wudi, I'll fight you to the death. The 9 people rushed over crazily. At the same time, there were still people hiding in the dark who wanted to sneak attack Lin Xian. However, they were shocked by Lin Xian's body. It was directly shattered. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and the starry sky within 1,000,000 miles shattered. Those people hiding in the void couldn't resist at all. They were all forced out. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood. Their bodies shattered. Meanwhile, Lin Xian used blue tide birth, tearing these people's souls apart. Those people screamed crazily. Corpses fell one after another. These people were all terrified. Damn it! How could he be so strong? To be honest, when they received the invitation, they were originally a little worried. However, when they thought of Yu's identity, together with the 4 sword saints, they were full of confidence. They should be able to kill him, right? But now, when they really fought, they were in despair. Why did they have to provoke this demon king? Those who still wanted to assassinate quickly retreated. Only the 9 sword saints still dared to fight Lin Xian. The 9 sword saints' hair flew about chaotically, sword energy overflowing into the heavens. They continuously attacked. In an instant, they even used 10,000 swords returned to origin. Boundless sword qi surged from the bodies of the 9 people, bringing with it a terrifying power. Slow sword. One of them used terrifying sword laws. Endless sword energy interweaved, rushing into the sky. Chapter 3970. Lin Xian's speed became very slow. This was the power of the laws affecting him. At this moment, someone attacked again. A golden sword light was unparalleled. This sword law carried an extremely strong attack power, enough to destroy everything. With a clang, he collided with Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was stunned and retreated, leaving a white mark on his body. However, it was not destroyed. How could it be so powerful? That sword energy was terrified, while the other sword saints shouted loudly. They were affected, and their speed became very slow. Now quickly attack. The 9 of them attacked crazily. Lin Xian opened the sky with both hands, and the Taiji diagram kept spinning, sucking all the sword energy over. Those sword energy were all integrated into the Taiji diagram, bound by that power. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. With just you guys, you still want to contend with me? You're still far from it. With a roar, the stars moved and the terrifying power flew out. These sword energy flew back with an extremely terrifying power. Puff, 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 puff. The 9 sword saints were forced to retreat and vomit blood. This was their power to kill the other party, but now they were injured. The law of diffusion is very powerful, but it can't do anything to me. Shatter. With a roar, Lin Xian opened the sky with his sword, directly shattering the lost base, and then charged out. Buzz. He used the Kuan Peng movement technique and arrived in front of that person. The law of the sword. This sword was very pure, and it charged forward. No, that sword saint roared. He attacked crazily with the diffusion sword technique, forming a slowing zone. However, it was useless. Lin Xian's every attack now carried the supreme aura of the great dragon sword soul. So with a puff, this sword shattered the other party's law and pierced into the other party's heart. Then, the sword energy exploded, causing that person's body to be torn into pieces. Damn it. Starry Sky, sword technique. Another person roared. He used 10,000 swords returned to origin and executed a peerless sword technique. Those sword chis were like stars, forming a starry sky map that covered the entire sky, flashing nonstop. From the looks of it, he wanted to completely suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the Taiji diagram to fight against it. At the same time, like a huge dragon, he floated up. He tore apart the starry sky sword technique and arrived in front of that person. Another sword strike. The Yin-Yang sword had completely killed this person. The man was split into 2 halves. Half of his body became a dried corpse, while the other half was burned to ashes by the raging flames. In the blink of an eye, another sword saint had died. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was like a god of slaughter as he began to harvest. With a wave of the 5-element sword art, the sword transformed into metal, wood, water, and earth. They circled around and stabbed into the body of a sword saint. Then, the 5 elements merged into one. He killed the sword saint until his soul was scattered. No, stop it. The remaining sword saints roared crazily. They felt that they were no match for the other party. In fact, he couldn't even block a single sword strike. He was too strong. They felt that even a person at the late stage of the fifth heaven was no match for him. Below the small saint realm, who could compete with him? Let's go. These people's hearts were bleeding. They didn't want to fight anymore. The powerful sword saints retreated. The others became even more terrified. They were also killed miserably. That was because, other than Lin Xian, everyone else was extremely powerful. They were not weaker than the chief disciple. How could they be a match for him? Want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian struck out with supreme sword qi. The Taiji diagram covered the sky and the earth, and the yin-yang aura hung down, blocking all paths. He charged towards the remaining sword saints. Damn it! Those sword saints roared. They were going to fight it out with him. 10,000 swords returned to sect. Endless sword qi surrounded them. 4 sword saints charged over and fought with Lin Xian. But in the end, they were all killed. Lin Xian also suffered some injuries, but it was not a big deal. The more he fought, the braver he became. Under his feet, the corpses of the 10 sword saints prostrated. He turned his head, and his eyes were like lightning as he stared at a figure in the distance. Pooh! When Yu saw this scene, he almost knelt on the ground in fright. How was this possible? How could the 10 sword saints be killed so easily? Was he still human? Right now, Yu was very regretful. He felt that he seemed to have made a wrong decision. The other party's strength far exceeded his imagination. He seemed to have provoked someone he couldn't provoke. Beside him, the 2 great, desolate mansion saints also felt their scalps go numb. Too strong. They seemed to have seen Yu Quan in the past. Back then, Yu Quan was invincible like this, and in the end he became one of the peerless experts on the pilgrimage list. And now, Lin Wudi was too similar. Young master, let's go. The 2 saints persuaded him. Actually, even without them saying, Yu already wanted to leave. He nodded and quickly retreated. At this time, the toad sent a slap over. You want to escape? Take this. Toad divine technique. With a pu sound, the 2 terrifying large palms slapped the 2 saints until their chi and blood surged. They stopped. Damn toad, you're courting death. Yu roared, a blade hacking down. This blade was incomparable. The toad's 2 claws brandished, catching the blade with his bare hands. With a pung sound, he directly clamped down on the long blade. Yu was shocked. He had always been a toad, yet his strength was already this strong. He felt like he was about to go crazy. Meanwhile, at this time, Lin Xian already slaughtered his way over. The terrifying killing intent made the 3's scalps go numb, their bodies go ice cold. The toad snickered. How about it? Brat, this great one helped you stop this fella. I've done a great service. Yu turned around, his eyes carrying biting cold killing intent. He roared angrily. Brat, what do you want? Do you dare touch me? My older brother is Yu Quan. If you touch me, you'll get on the pilgrimage list, right? You'll undoubtedly die. Idiot, you still dare to act so arrogantly even now. You really don't know the difference between life and death. I already said that you're just a fly. I'm too lazy to make a move. Toad, I'll leave this person to you. After you torture him to death, I'll let you eat roasted golden crow. Is that true? When the toad thought of that delicacy, his eyes immediately shone. Good, good. Just see if this great one doesn't beat him to death. He attacked crazily. You're courting death. Yu roared angrily. Those 2 great saints also roared, quickly attack. Young master, you leave first. As soon as they took action, a yin sword and a yang sword stabbed into their bodies, blasting them apart. The 2 were stupefied, dying with their eyes open. Lin Xian released a cold snort. With just the 2 of you, you dare act arrogantly in front of us? Only Yu was left. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He'll just let the other party die in the hands of a toad. Thinking about it, This was the most sullen way to die. Then he began to look around him. The people in the surroundings were already miserable to begin with, not a match at all. When they saw Lin Xian walk over, they were immediately frightened out of their wits. Pu Piu Piu, the experts of several great families, directly knelt down, continuously kowtowing. "Spare us! We were blinded by greed, tricked by him. We beg you to spare us." Lin Xian released a cold snort, the death-sharpening blade continuously brandished. Since they dared come, then they should have thought of the consequences. He took away all of these people's vitality, turning them into piles of white bones. Chapter 3971. As for the remaining people, he didn't need to do anything. Murong Qingqing and the others directly killed them on the spot. These people's statuses and strength were all extremely powerful, so they weren't afraid of offending them at all. In the end, the ground was covered in saint corpses, blood flowing like a river. The ground sank, the sky shattered, unable to withstand the fall of so many saints. The entire 9th region was filled with ghostly wails and wolf howls, a rain of blood filling the air. At this moment, the people scattered in the 9th region all raised their heads towards the sky. It was raining blood. Heaven and earth were mourning. Heavens, how many saints had died? Who was it? A great battle was happening? They couldn't help but tremble. Lin Xian and the others were surrounded by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Those who came to assassinate them, apart from Yu Yu, were all dead. At this moment, Yu Yu was also beaten beyond recognition. He was continuously tortured by the toad, his entire body shattered, screaming crazily. In the end, the toad smashed the other party's head with a palm, wanting to kill the other party. Right at this moment, a figure flew out from the other party's shattered head. It was a hazy figure, displaying a terrifying aura as soon as he appeared. The toad's attack was shattered. He stood there like a god. Damn, he actually still had a trump card. The toad was given a fright. Murong Qingqing and the others also turned around, frowning. Lin Xian's eyes were like rainbows looking forward. There was a pitch-black, demonic figure in front of him. "Who dares to harm my younger brother?" The black figure said coldly. "Yu Quan." Li Hongxiu frowned, then looked towards Lin Xian, saying softly, "This should be a soul imprint that Yu Quan left on his younger brother." Soul imprint. Lin Xian coldly snorted, looking forward. "Your younger brother has tried to kill me time and time again. He deserves to die. Do you think that you can protect him?" "Audacious," that black figure said coldly. "Who do you think you are? You dare to contend against me? Kneel down and accept your death." Although it was just a soul imprint, it displayed supreme divine might. He looked down on everything, not placing the world in his eyes. When Lin Xian heard this, he laughed. Did he really think that he was a great emperor? "You're just a little saint at best, and you're just a soul imprint. Do you think you can scare us?" Lin Xian gripped the death demonic blade and strode forward. "Aunt, it seems like you don't know what's good for you." Yu Quan's soul imprint was completely enraged. On the side, Yu Yu's soul also continuously screamed, "Brother, kill him. Help me kill him. Tear his corpse into 10,000 pieces." Lin Xian's death demonic saber slashed down, and Yu Quan's soul mark resisted. A great battle ensued. Not long after, he was killed. Although Secluded Spring was powerful, he was only a wisp of soul imprint and was unable to do anything to Lin Xian. When he saw that soul imprint shatter, Yu Yu's soul screamed. His brother's soul imprint had been destroyed. Damn it, impossible! He screamed crazily as Lin Xian used the great dragon's sword to split him apart. His soul was completely destroyed. At the same time, in the depths of District 7, a frenzied roar could be heard. The great Tao of heaven and earth intertwined as if the end of the world had occurred. All the sages in Division 7 felt their scalps go numb. Changtian, what had happened? This aura was too terrifying. Who exactly was the one who was angry? They all trembled, not daring to move forward. Meanwhile, in the depths of District 7, there was a man in black armor, looking like a demonic god. His eyes were completely red. "Damn it! You actually dared to kill my younger brother. I will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces." The person who was roaring was Yu Quan. His soul imprint had shattered, so he naturally sensed it. Therefore, he knew everything that had happened before. The followers beside him were also extremely shocked. They had never seen Yu Quan so angry before. Moreover, from the other party's words, they understood the situation. It made their eyelids twitch crazily. Was Yu killed? This was too inconceivable. This was Yu Quan's younger brother, and more importantly, Yu's strength wasn't weak either. He was the chief disciple, and his talent was extremely great. Before long, he would have a chance to enter the sage rankings. Had such a person been killed? Who exactly was it? Their gazes pierced through the void, looking towards District 9. Young Master. Who killed the young master? At this time, a beautiful woman asked from the side. "It's that Lin Wudi. He doesn't know what's good for him. I will definitely tear his body into 10,000 pieces." Yu Quan's voice was abnormally cold. He really couldn't tolerate an ant daring to fight against him, and even dared to kill his younger brother. The people behind him sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudi. This wasn't the first time they heard this name. It seemed that this time an incredible genius had really appeared. This brat didn't know what's good for him. Immediately, someone stood out. "Young master, don't worry, I will go and kill him now." "I will go too." Another person also stood out. The auras on their bodies surged abnormally. There was no rush. Yu Quan turned around and said coldly, "We are in District 7, and he is in District 9. If we cross over to kill him, he will be suppressed by the great Tao." Moreover, there was fog now, and they couldn't see the situation in other districts clearly. It would be very troublesome if they went over. If they went a little further, their field of vision would widen. At that time, they would lock onto him and cross over to kill him. "We will follow young master's orders." The two of them cupped their fists. Then, the group quickly advanced towards the depths. At the same time, the people in the other 8 districts also advanced side by side. In District 9, Lin Xian and the others also set off quickly. During this period, they also encountered many obstacles, and even encountered big trouble in the end. They could only stop, because with their strength they couldn't break through. So they waited. A few days later, the people behind all rushed over. These people's faces were pale because they passed by the place where the battle took place. When they saw so many saints' corpses and seas of blood, they were all scared out of their wits. They naturally knew that there was only one person who could do this, and that was Lin Wudi. Now they saw Lin Wudi standing in front of them as if he was waiting for someone. They were all afraid. Could it be that he was waiting for them? These people hesitated, not daring to move forward. The toad roared, "Come over here!" Those people were about to cry. The toad continued to roar, "What, are you all deaf? Hurry up and come over here." Being taught a lesson by a toad, if it were any other time, they would have been furious and counterattacked. But now they didn't dare to. This toad was someone by Lin Wudi's side, so they could only brace themselves and go over. "I wonder why Lin Gongzi is looking for us?" These people asked cautiously. The toad opened its mouth and wanted to say something, but it was stopped by the northern demon. The northern demon stood up and said in a deep voice, "The road ahead was blocked by a peerless array formation. We need to work together to break it. Otherwise, no one can pass." Was there a peerless array formation blocking the road? These people were shocked. Even Lin Wudi and the others couldn't pass? That must be extremely terrifying. It seemed that they really needed to work together. Some people were quite smart. They immediately cupped their fists and said, "We are willing to follow Lin Gongzi." Lin Gongzi was the leader. Chapter 3972. The others also chimed in one after another. "Yes, we will listen to Lin Gongzi's orders." At this moment, Lin Xian walked out and said, "All right, but we don't have enough people. We have to wait." The array formation in front was too terrifying. They estimated that they would need to gather most of the saints to break it. These people waited here. In fact, it wasn't just them. The other 8 regions were also blocked by this peerless array formation. They needed to work together. Among them, the 5 regions were led by the 5 geniuses on the pilgrimage list. No one dared to disobey their orders. However, in some other regions, there were huge battles and killings. There was nothing they could do because the geniuses of some regions stood side by side. These people were not willing to submit to anyone, so they naturally had to fight. After all, commanding the crowd was a supreme position. These geniuses were all arrogant and unruly. No one was willing to bow down to others. In the 9th region, more and more people gathered. In the end, Lei Zhen also came. The remaining sword saints of the 10,000 swords pavilion also came. They looked unfriendly. Lei Zhen didn't attack immediately. Those sword saints did walk over, emitting an incomparable aura. Their 10 sword saints had died in the hands of the other party again. The toad glanced at them and sneered. "Why? Do you still want to fight? I don't mind sending you to hell." The 5 sword saints snorted coldly and didn't say anything. At this moment, the northern demon stood up and said loudly, "I think everyone already knows the situation. There is a peerless array formation ahead. We need to work together to break it. So at this time, we don't want internal strife." At this point, he looked at Lei Zhen and the sword saints. Lei Zhen and the others snorted coldly and didn't say anything. They also knew that they couldn't break it with their own strength. At this time, they had to work together. Those who had already submitted previously cupped their fists and smiled. "Don't worry, we will definitely follow Lin Gongzi." Lin Gongzi was the leader. When the others saw this scene, they all submitted one after another. Lin Xian's strength terrified them. They didn't dare to compete with him at all. They could work together, but they had to respect him. Lei Zhen spoke at this time. He wouldn't bow down to Lin Wuti. You want to lead us?" The 5 sword saints also coldly snorted. Their eyes filled with monstrous fury. Obviously, these people were not convinced by Lin Xian. "What? Are you thinking of rebelling?" The toad jumped out, and the crimson dragon sneered. Come, this king will teach you how to behave." Lin Xian reached out to stop the 2 of them and walked out. "The 2 of you don't want to rely on me? Very well, then you can rely on yourselves." At this point, his voice became piercingly cold. "Who wants to follow them? I'll give you a chance now. However, from now on, don't even think about coming over to our side." At that time, whether he lived or died, it would be his choice. "I'll give you 5 seconds to think about it." Hearing this, the other people who didn't have a choice began to hesitate. From the looks of it, they were given a choice. Should they submit to Lin Xian, the Myriad Swords Pavilion, or Lei Zhen? In an instant, the majority of the people were on Lin Xian's side. The others hesitated for a moment before leaning towards Lin Xian one after another. On Lei Zhen's side, other than the people from Thunder God City and a few people from Demon City, there was no one else. The 5 sword saints' side was even more miserable. There were only 5 of them. This scene caused them to vomit blood. "Damn it, a bunch of trash, what do you know? How dare you look down on us?" They were so angry that they vomited blood. This showed that the other party didn't think highly of them at all. What qualifications did Lin Wuti have to compete with them? The others lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak. However, they sneered in their hearts. So many battles had happened before, and the 10 sword saints had died. They were now very clear that no one could compete with Lin Xian in the 9th area. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also smiled. "Very good. It seems that you have made a wise decision. Don't worry, under my lead, you will definitely be able to pass through the formation." Then he looked at the 5 sword saints and Lei Zhen. "Since you are not willing to respect me, then I won't force you. You can make a living on your own. You have 2 choices. First, you break through first. Once you break through, you can go through. Second, let me break the formation, but you have to scram. You are not allowed to come back for 10 days. What? Lei Zhen was about to go crazy. The people of the 5 great sword saints were also furious. Damn it, was he trying to trap them here forever? Lin Wuti, don't go too far. The sword energy on the 5 sword saints rumbled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I have already given you face by not killing you immediately. If you dare to lose your temper with me again, I can guarantee that you will go to hell with your fellow disciples. Don't doubt my words. His body emitted an even more terrifying sword intent. Everyone's scalp went numb. It seemed that they had made the right choice because Lin Xian's sword intent was much more powerful than the 5 sword saints. The 5 sword saints' faces also darkened. They were so angry that they were depressed. Damn it, the other party had just condensed the law of sword. Why was he so much stronger than them? Next, Lin Xian and the others began to break the formation. They were unwilling to let Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints break the formation first, so they were chased away. They stood in the distance and felt the terrifying aura and energy in front of them. Their faces darkened. 5 days later, they came back. Lin Xian and the others stopped and turned their heads to look. The Crimson Dragon snorted coldly. What? Do you want to take advantage of us? The toad roared. Do you want to take advantage of me? I will drown you with a mouthful of spit. Lei Zhen was fuming with rage, but he still suppressed his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, We are willing to join. On the other side, the 5 sword saints also said, We are also joining. The surrounding people were stunned. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and the toad came out. What are you talking about? I didn't hear you. Speak louder. I said I am willing to join. Lei Zhen roared, and the 9 days of divine thunder rolled. On the other side, the 5 sword saints also closed their eyes and shouted angrily, We are also willing to join. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. It seemed that these arrogant people had finally bowed their heads at his feet. Then who do you respect? He asked indifferently. The 5 sword saints said willingly, You are the leader. On the other side, Lei Zhen gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. For the time being, you are the leader. The surrounding saint powerhouses, they were all stunned. These 2 forces actually bowed their heads. It was really too unbelievable. One had to know that Lin Wuti was strong and could kill many powerhouses. But it didn't mean that everyone would submit. There were some people who would rather die than submit to someone. But now Lei Zhen had submitted. The 5 sword saints had also submitted, although it might only be temporary. But this undoubtedly showed that Lin Xian was really too powerful. Let these peers, even the older generation, they had no choice but to submit. Such a figure, it was very rare, and once there was one, their future achievements would definitely be limitless. For example, these people on the pilgrimage list, they were born strong or even supreme existences. They could make others submit. Countless powerhouses gathered under them. Lin Xian, did he also want to become such a person? Chapter 3973. In their hearts. It was too shocking. It was incredible. It seemed that the future pilgrim list was going to stir up a storm. Yes, this Lin Wuti had a great chance of ascending the pilgrim list. They didn't believe it before. But when they saw Lei Zhen and the others submitting, they knew that Lin Xian would most likely ascend the pilgrim list in the future and become a supreme existence. All right, since I'm the leader, then listen to my orders. Lei Zhen, you lead people to attack the west. 5 sword saints. The 5 of you attack the east together. The rest of you will attack as before. Lin Xian stood above the 9 heavens, giving out orders like a god. The people around him moved quickly. They had cooperated very well in the past 5 days. Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints were not satisfied. They were so proud and powerful before, but now they had to listen to someone else's orders. but they had already chosen to join, so during this period, no matter how unhappy they were, they would listen to the orders. Sure enough, Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints moved, attacking the array according to Lin Xian's orders. 3 days later, Lei Zhen was shocked. The 5 great sword saints were also shocked. To be honest, they were completely stunned in the past 3 days. Their previous unhappiness disappeared, replaced by a touch of fear. That's right, it was fear. Because in the past few days, they realized that Lin Xian was really too strong, simply unfathomable. No wonder he could kill so many sword saints. On the other side, Lei Zhen's eyes were red. He was very jealous. To be honest, he had never submitted to anyone, even those on the pilgrim list. He thought that one day he would be able to ascend the pilgrim list. But in the past 3 days, he was full of fear of Lin Xian, because the other party's methods terrified him. He realized that he was completely behind the other party. If he didn't have a big breakthrough in the future, he would be left behind by the other party for the rest of his life. He would never be able to catch up with the other party. That was what he was most afraid of. An enemy that he could never defeat would be the nightmare of his life. No, I have to break through as soon as possible. Lei Zhen clenched his fists. He wasn't a match for Lin Xian right now, so he wouldn't make a move against Lin Xian. However, he swore that he would break through to the minor saint realm as soon as possible. In this way, he still has a chance to turn the tables. As for the other saints, they were even more impressed. At this moment, everyone treated Lin Xian as the true leader and god, treating him as their leader. No one dared to resist anymore. Under such circumstances, coupled with Lin Xian's crimson dragon attainments and formations, and Morong Qingqing's formidable strength, they were able to make a breakthrough. Deciphering this array formation was like traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Boom! Boom! After another 5 days, they finally broke through the formation. When the formation shattered, no one dared to believe it. In their opinion, no one under the minor saint realm could break such a formation. However, they had succeeded under the leadership of Lin Xian, and in such a short amount of time. Haha, this is great. These people cheered wildly, thanking Lin Gongzi. Lin Gongzi, your formation skills are superb. I admire you. At this moment, these people were completely impressed. Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints also fell silent. They didn't resist or say anything, but their eyes were filled with fear. Let's go. Lin Xian laughed heartily as he waved his hand and led the group forward. They were like a torrent, invincible. In the next few days, they encountered dangers again. There were formations and even powerful demonic beasts. They were all eliminated by their joint efforts. It was the same for the other regions, except for the 9th region where Lin Xian was. The regions where the 5 holy rankings were located were the fastest. Of course, this speed was only slightly faster than Lin Xian and the rest. As for the other regions, they were relatively slower because they had to go through a great battle to determine who was the leader. Of course, the final result was to join hands. These people joined hands to become the leader, advancing and retreating together. For example, in the 8th region, the 9-headed Qilin swept across the 4 regions. However, he also had a powerful opponent. That was the chief disciple of the Akron Hall, Lung Rufin. He was very powerful and could even control Baigu. Moreover, the Akron shop also had a person on the holy rankings. Therefore, even though the 9-headed Qilin's bloodline was very strong, he had no choice but to join hands with Lung Rufin. The 2 of them were the leaders. In the 5th region, Gao Yu and Bai Luo, these 2 rivals, actually joined hands. The 2 peerless beauties became the leaders, commanding countless experts and geniuses under their command. In the 4th region, there was one person who was the leader. The situation was similar to Lin Xian's situation. This person was called Jian Qin, and he was very powerful. He was the chief disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Even the first prince of the New Moon clan and the others in the same region were willing to submit. One could imagine how terrifying the other party was. There was another reason, and that was the neighboring third region, which was the region where Wan Zheni was. Wan Zheni was a genius on the holy rankings and an expert of the 10,000 sword city. Therefore, the people in the fourth region did not dare to provoke him. If he fought across regions, no one would be a match for him. The people in the 9 regions gathered all their strength and began to break their respective formations and difficulties. Finally, a month later, they arrived at the deepest region. They could already feel a mysterious aura in front of them. The ripples caused the Tao flowers on their bodies to surge violently. At this moment, the heavenly Tao flowers on their bodies were incomparably bright and abnormally hazy. However, there were not many of them. It was not that they were weak, but that too many things had happened before. These people had already exchanged for all kinds of natural treasures, and the more they went, the more heavenly Tao golden lotuses they consumed. Therefore, in the end, the number of heavenly Tao golden lotuses they condensed became fewer and fewer. This was also why people as strong as Fu Hongye and Huang Shusan could only condense 5 or 6 heavenly Tao golden lotuses last time, because too many of them had been exchanged for. It was the same for Lin Xian. He had condensed 7 heavenly Tao golden lotuses before, but each heavenly Tao golden lotus was worth a year. He had exchanged them for time to cultivate. After that, he killed many more experts. These experts had also exchanged for Dharma treasures, and did not have too many heavenly Tao golden lotuses on them. Lin Xian had killed so many experts. At this moment, he had condensed 4 heavenly Tao golden lotuses. Among them, Murong Qingqing and Li Hongxiu also had 4 heavenly Tao golden lotuses, while North Fiend and the Crimson Dragon had 3. As for the saints under him, there were even fewer. At present, having 2 heavenly Tao golden lotuses on them was already very eye-catching. However, these people were satisfied. After all, they had obtained heavenly Tao golden lotuses before, and they had exchanged for many natural treasures and cultivation manuals. Therefore, even if they did not have any heavenly Tao golden lotuses now, they did not care too much. Of course, not everyone did not care. Top geniuses like Lei Zhen and Nine-Headed Qilin cared a lot, because the heavenly Tao golden lotus was the symbol of their strength. Chapter 3974. As a top prodigy, he would be laughed at if he didn't have a few heavenly Tao golden lotuses. At this moment, they were deep in the forest, and the area between them was no longer shrouded in fog. Therefore, even if they were far away, they could still detect each other with their strength. In particular, they could detect each other in the adjacent areas. Lin Xian and the others saw 9 Qilins in the 8th area. There was also a man in a yellow robe. They were leading the group. Lin Gongzi was the chief disciple of Akron Hall, Lung Rufin. A middle-aged man beside him said, respectfully, "They're from Akron Hall." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. In the 8th area, 9 Qilins and Lung Rufin also turned their heads to look. Their gazes collided in the air, causing the void to shatter. "This person is Lin Wudi?" Lung Rufin sneered. 9 Qilin snorted. "Yes, it's him. Don't underestimate him. He's very powerful." "Is that so?" Lung Rufin thought indifferently. "That's because he hasn't met me yet. Otherwise, I would have taught him a lesson." He didn't care. Although he was also the chief disciple, he could control countless skeletons, and the dead people around him would become his puppets. Therefore, he wasn't fighting alone. If they really fought, he could control countless skeletons. No matter how powerful Lin Wudi was, he wouldn't be able to resist. 9 Qilins next to him were cold and didn't refute. He had fought with Lin Xian more than once, so he naturally knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. Lung Rufin would probably only know that after he suffered a loss at Lin Xian's hands. He looked away from Lin Xian and looked to the side. He saw Li Hongxiu, Murong Qingqing, and the others. He paused for a moment and looked behind him again. In the next moment, he was stunned. He saw a figure standing behind Lin Xian. It was a person who looked like the god of thunder, Lei Zhen. At this moment, he was completely shocked. Lei Zhen was behind Lin Xian. It was obvious that he had submitted to Lin Xian. It was too unbelievable. In his opinion, Lin Wudi and Lei Zhen must have reached an agreement to rule the 9th district together. But from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. What exactly had happened in the 9th district for Lei Zhen to lower his head to the other party? The 9 Qilins didn't understand. Suddenly, his pupils shrank because he saw that there were 5 other people outside the lightning formation. They were sword saints from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. He was actually ranked below Lin Xian. This made him feel even more incredulous. He knew that something terrible must have happened. Lung Rafeng snorted when he saw this. Was that Lei Zhen? He actually submitted to Lin Wudi. It was really disappointing. This lightning array was too trashy. Thinking of this, Lung Wufeng stared at Lin Xian again with a provocative look in his eyes. Lin Xian naturally felt it too, but he didn't care at all. It was just a chief disciple. He didn't care about him at all. Apart from the people on the 5 great dynasties' rankings that he was wary of, he did not care about anyone else. Lung Wufeng's face darkened when he saw that Lin Xian didn't care about anything. Damn it. Was Lin Xian ignoring him? I'll let you know how powerful I am. Lung Rafeng snorted. Countless white bones swayed around him, causing the people behind him to tremble. Lin Wudi, go to hell! At this moment, a roar came from afar. The people in the nearby districts all looked over. Who was it? Did they attack Lin Wudi at this moment? The people in the 9th district were trembling. It definitely wasn't someone from their district. Sure enough, they saw someone in the distance and quickly killed him. Was it the 8th district? Lei Zhen frowned. Was it the 9 Qilins or Lung Wufeng? In the end, he realized that it wasn't them. Moreover, it wasn't someone from the 8th district, but someone from the 7th district. Everyone was horrified by this scene. The 9 Qilins and Lung Rafeng were also stunned. Did someone cross 2 districts to kill someone? The 7th district was where Yu Quan was. He was a genius on the holy list. Why would he kill Lin Wudi? Could it be for his younger brother? To clear an obstacle for Yu Yu? Wait, could it be that Yu Yu was in the 9th district? They looked over carefully. In the end, they realized that Yu Yu wasn't in the 9th district. There wasn't even a single person from the great desolate mansion. What was going on? They were stunned. Where was Yu Yu? Where was the great desolate mansion? Lin Wudi, you dared to kill our chief disciple. You'll definitely die this time. 2 figures descended from the sky in a domineering manner and arrived above the 9th district. A cold voice spread in all directions. At this moment, the people in the 8th district were all stunned. What? Was Yu Yu dead? The people in the 1st district also looked over. Because the 9th district was connected to the 1st district, they were also in an uproar. Yu Yu was actually dead. No wonder the great desolate mansions people were so angry. Yu Quan was probably in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Several people sneered. In front of them stood an incomparably mysterious figure. This figure was called Chao Tiansheng. He was from the Limitless sect. He glanced over and didn't pay any attention to them. Instead, he looked at the mysterious heaven's fate. He only had one goal, and that was the heaven's mandate stone. Other things couldn't attract his attention. In the 8th district, 9-headed Qilin and Lung Rafeng were also shocked, especially Lung Rafeng. She simply couldn't believe it. The other party actually dared to kill Yu Yu. Didn't they know who Yu Yu's older brother was? Humph, what an idiot. He was definitely going to die. That was someone on the pilgrimage list. They, as chief disciples, couldn't fight against them at all. Even if Yu Quan didn't make a move, these followers were still terrifying. Their strength was even greater than theirs. After all, these people were much older than them. Some were hundreds of years older, and some were even thousands of years older. In the sky above the 9th district, 2 figures stood there. On their bodies, there were 20 chains of the Great Path binding their bodies. This was the result of fighting across districts. If he collapsed in one region, he would gain 10 to 20 chains of the great Tao. If he crossed two regions, he would gain 20 to 30 chains of the great Tao. The chains of the great Tao could not only bind their bodies and make it difficult for them to move, but even their power and laws were suppressed. However, these two Dafeng Fu powerhouses did not care at all. They were Yu Quan's followers. They had followed him for more than 30 years. How powerful were they? Ordinary chief disciples weren't their opponents at all. At this moment, the two of them joined hands to kill the other party. Wasn't it easy? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He looked up at the sky. They actually crossed districts to kill him. These people were too arrogant. On the side, the toad coldly shouted, "Get down here!" He slapped out with his claws. I hate people standing on my head the most. It covered the sky and covered the earth, completely enveloping the two. Chapter 3975. Aunt, you're courting death. How dare a toad be so arrogant in front of us? One of them stomped his foot, and the space within 1,000,000 miles below him shattered. This force caused the ground to sink, and the toad's claws were knocked back. Ouch, it hurts. The toad waved its claws and jumped around. It was red, but it was not broken at all. What a strong physique. The two above were surprised. They did not expect a toad to be a mutated species. However, it was not enough. Their gazes moved away from the toad and stared at Lin Xian again. "Kid, kneel down obediently and follow us back. Perhaps you will be able to suffer less. Otherwise, you'll have a taste of life worse than death." Are they from the great, desolate mansion? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. "I know you're coming, but I didn't expect you to send two subordinates. Are you looking down on me? Hurry up and go back. Let Yuquan come over himself. His younger brother tried to assassinate me several times. Ask him how he plans to apologize to me." As soon as he said that, the people in the 9th, 8th, and 1st regions were all stunned. Oh my God, did they hear it wrong? This kid is challenging the geniuses on the pilgrim list? That's Yuquan. He was an expert on the pilgrim list. He was superior to all of the chief disciples because he was a little saint. Although he had suppressed his cultivation base and entered the heavenly fate star, he was still at the peak of the 5th heaven. Who would dare to provoke such a person? But now someone was courting death. The toad also cried out, "Yes, where's Yuquan? Let him kneel down and apologize to us. Hurry up and get lost." He roared, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. His voice was like thunder. In the 7th region, the faces of the followers turned ugly. They looked forward cautiously. Yochuan's face was cold, and his terrifying aura shrouded the 7th region. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They knew that the other party was finished. In the sky above the 9th region, the two experts shouted angrily, "Are you courting death? How dare you insult our young master Yuquan? You're courting death. We can only break all your bones and let you know what fear is." One of them made a move. With a slap, a terrifying divine chain of laws rushed out from his palm and swept downward. Like a giant dragon, it wanted to bind Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His finger slashed out like a blade. With a loud clang, the chains of law were sent flying. At the same time, he snorted coldly. "Just the two of you dare to attack me? You overestimate yourselves." He was courting death. The other person also attacked. He took out a divine spear, which was surrounded by a berserk aura. It descended from the sky. "Go to hell." The two followers attacked in a frenzy. Their strength caused Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints to be extremely frightened. It had to be said that these two people had surpassed them and reached an unimaginable height. Although they were both at the late stage of the 5th heavenly layer, the gap between them was very obvious. These two were obviously stronger. On the other hand, Lin Xian sneered. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Unparalleled sword law erupted from his body. At the same time, Taiji also began to revolve. He struck out with his palm like a sun, blocking the divine spear. At the same time, his other palm slashed out. A pitch-black aura appeared on it, like a giant palm of death, enveloping that person. That person roared. The long spear trembled, wanting to counterattack. However, the death law on it made him scream. He felt that his vitality was flowing out a lot. He quickly retreated. Lin Xian was even faster. His right hand was golden like a god, and his left hand was pitch-black like a grindstone. Under the combined attack of the two palms, that person exploded. With a spurt, a mist of blood filled the air and a scream rang out. At this moment, everyone was stunned. How could such a powerful follower be defeated just like that? It was as easy as cutting chives. "Kid, how dare you?" The other person shouted angrily. Countless laws condensed in his palm again. Lightning palm. Terrifying lightning spewed out with a powerful aura, wanting to penetrate Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure flashed and directly dodged. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword again. With a puchi, one of that person's arms was cut in half. Even the bones were exposed. How could the other party be so strong? They quickly retreated. Lin Xian sneered. "Since you're here, don't leave." The sword Qi was like a rainbow, carrying an extremely powerful sword law. It seemed to tear the sky apart, cutting the forest in half. In the sky, 2 corpses fell. Such trash also dared to cross over to kill me. Lin Xian's gaze pierced through the void and looked at the 7th district. "If you want to fight, then come personally. Don't you find it embarrassing to send trash over?" It was incomparably silent. The surroundings were completely silent. Everyone was stunned. The people of the 9th district were terrified. At this moment, they secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they chose to submit to Lin Xian before, and not Lei Zhen and the people of the Myriad Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Lei Zhen once again revealed a bitter smile. The 5 sword saints were also silent. With such strength, they were no match for him at all. The people of the 8th district were facing a great enemy. The pupils of the 9 Qilins shrank. So strong. No wonder Lei Zhen and the 5 sword saints bowed their heads to him. As for Lung Rafeng, the smile on his face froze. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The other party's strength was beyond his expectations. Previously, he was disdainful, thinking that he could easily crush the other party if he wanted to. At least, he could create an army of bones. But now he had no confidence at all. The other party had killed 2 powerful followers like cutting vegetables. This method terrified him. The followers of the 7th district were in an uproar. Their companions were killed so easily. It was like a dream. When they heard the other party's words, they vomited blood. The other party actually called them trash. "Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. I'll kill him. I'll go too. Young master, let me do it." These angry roars made Yu Quan's face extremely gloomy, as if it was about to drip water. He roared in his heart. "Damn it, these 2 trash are really embarrassing." To be honest, his followers being killed was simply a slap to his face. He turned his head and looked at his followers. Those followers all stopped roaring and waited quietly. In the end, he looked at a person beside him. "Man Wu, you go." "Yes, young master." A tall man beside him said, respectfully. Then, an incomparable light burst out from his eyes. Buzz! He rushed toward the 9th district. When he passed through the 8th district, 10 more chains of the Great Path appeared on his body. However, his speed did not decrease. Instead, it increased. Soon, he arrived at the 9th district. Chapter 3976. 20 more chains appeared on his body, but it didn't seem to affect him at all. Man Wu was one of Yu Quan's most capable generals. His opponent was an expert from the barbarian tribe. His physique and bloodline were very strong. "Be careful," Li Hongxiu reminded him softly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The barbarian tribe? He knew that they were one of the 10,000 ancient races. Like the war race, they were born to fight. They were very strong. The barbarian tribe was like a primitive people who cultivated the most primitive divine powers. Very well. Let me see what's so special about these primitive tribes. Lin Xian looked at him and said loudly, I won't bully you. Since you have 20 chains on your body, I'll let you have 3 moves. You can attack first. Everyone's eyelids twitched. Lin Wuti was probably the only one who dared to be so confident in front of Man Wu. In the 7th region, the followers gritted their teeth in anger. This guy was so arrogant even when he was about to die. Just wait, he was going to die. That was for sure. Man Wu was very strong. How could he block it? Let me have 3 moves? I'm afraid you'll die after 1 move. Man Wu roared. The monstrous, blood-colored Dharma laws had an unparalleled aura. It was like a burning furnace. His blood chi was really too strong. This was the law of blood, and at this moment he had already used it. His entire body suddenly rumbled, and his fist was incomparably powerful. His fist rushed over. It filled up the entire space. Retreat. The people in the surrounding 9 regions frantically retreated. Even Murong Qingqing and the others floated back. Only Lin Xian was left in the field. Lin Xian didn't block it. Instead, he retreated to the side. He had said that he would let Man Wu have 3 moves. First move. Lin Xian dodged and said calmly, first move. Man Wu was completely furious. Was Lin Xian really going to let him have 3 moves? Lin Xian had underestimated him. Die. His second move was to use his ultimate skill. He wanted to finish off his opponent. Xiao Chen's fist turned into a palm with terrifying scarlet saber marks covering it. It was like a scarlet mountain was pushing over. Both the sky and the ground were packed, and there was nowhere to hide. However, Lin Xian still managed to dodge. He appeared in another location, still standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his clothes spotless. The second move. Damn it. Man Wu's expression turned ugly. If he really let his opponent give him a handicap of 3 moves, even if he won, he would lose face. Therefore, for the 3rd card, he had to kill his opponent. The wrath of the god of berserkers. With a roar, he retracted his palm and let out a loud shout. The sound waves turned into a torrent, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Not good. The 9th region's people's expressions changed greatly. Quite a few of their bodies were blasted apart, blood flowing from their 7 apertures. Quickly defend. They all unleashed their laws to defend themselves. But he couldn't block it at all. Murong Qingqing, Li Hongxiao, and the others joined forces and unleashed their terrifying laws to block the terrifying sound waves. The people behind him heaved a sigh of relief. They were deeply grateful. It seemed that submitting to the other party was the right choice. At least at the critical moment, they could save their lives. They didn't know how Lin Wuti would resist. They thought in their hearts. The people of the 7th region snorted coldly. The barbarian god's roar should be enough to kill him. Lin Xian felt the terrifying impact of the sound waves. He was also stunned. It was so terrifying. It was indeed a kind of ultimate technique. He couldn't help but want to break it. However, he had agreed on 3 moves. He used the void escape technique to dodge the attack. However, the attack range was too wide, and he couldn't completely leave the 9th region. He could only hide at the edge. He used his divine body to block the rest of the attacks. The sound waves hit his body, making a sonorous sound. It completely drowned the void. He hit? That's great. The followers of the 7th region cheered. So what if that kid was strong? He would definitely die if he was hit by the barbarian god's roar. Man Wu also revealed a smile. No way was Lin Wuti going to lose. The people of the 9th region were terrified. The people of the 8th region were also shocked. Lung Rufin sneered. So that was all he had. He deserved to die. Just as he finished speaking, his smile froze. He saw a figure walk out from the shattered void. His body was covered in golden light, like a god of war. He was unharmed? How was that possible? Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the surrounding saints or the followers, they were all dumbfounded. Man Wu's expression became extremely ugly. This was the first person to be unharmed after being hit by his ultimate technique. Even though the other party didn't receive the full brunt of the attack and was only struck at the edges, the might of the attack was still incomparable. However, the other party wasn't injured at all. It really shocked him. Lin Xian walked out from the ruins and said coldly, 3 moves have passed. It's time for me to make a move. Boom! He circulated his power and punched out. The laws of the sun exploded, and the 9-yang divine fire jumped. He used his divine body and laws to the extreme. The dragon sword soul in his body roared. Lin Xian didn't hold back. Not good. Man Wu's pupils constricted. He naturally felt the terror of the punch, but he didn't want to retreat. He wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. He had already lost face by not killing the other party in the previous 3 moves. If he retreated now, he would lose face. Even if he won, he wouldn't have any face. So he roared, Barbarian God's Fist. He didn't believe that he would lose to the other party in terms of strength. Even with the 20 chains on his body, he was confident that he would win. The 2 fists collided and the sky collapsed. A terrifying storm and the light of laws drowned everything. No one could see clearly. They waited nervously. However, at this moment, Chao Tiansheng, who had been standing with his hands behind his back in the first region, frowned and turned his head with a hint of surprise. He was wearing a ferocious-looking mask, but his eyes kept flickering. Interesting, he whispered to himself. Then he turned his head again. In the 7th region, Yuming had been staring intently. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Damn it, this is impossible. He almost roared. The rest of the people were also stunned. What did the other party see? Could it be that something happened to Man Wu? They waited anxiously. When the laws dissipated, they finally saw what was in front of them. Lin Xian was still shining. He retracted his fist. In front of him, the once powerful Man Wu was lying on the ground. Half of his body was a bloody mess, and one of his arms was long gone. Defeated, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that not only was Man Wu defeated, but half of his body was also destroyed. How terrifying was Lin Xian's punch! Man Wu was defeated, and he lost in terms of strength. The followers in the 7th region were terrified. Chapter 3977. It couldn't be like that. The truth couldn't be like that. It had to be the suppression of the great Tao chains. Yes, Man Wu had 20 great Tao chains. That was the reason for his defeat. If it wasn't for the chains, how could that brat beat Barbarian level 5? Man Wu fell into a pool of blood. His mind was blank. That punch just now made him feel despair. It was as if the one who had attacked him was his young master, Yuming. At that moment, he felt like he was facing the sacred dynasty rankings. You're not my match. Scram. Lin Xian said coldly. He had taken the 2 heavenly Tao golden lotuses from Man Wu. Together with the 2 who had died, he had a total of 4. Now he had 8 heavenly Tao golden lotuses. Lin Xian's cold voice caused Man Wu to regain his senses. He roared at the sky, and his broken body quickly reformed. I haven't lost yet. I still have the power to fight. Man Wu roared coldly. It's useless. You'll just die if you keep fighting. Let right fist attack. I don't care about you. Damn it. Man Wu attacked again. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He instantly used his law to form a sword light that cut Man Wu in half. This attack was even colder than before. Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and Man Wu's confidence collapsed. He had lost again, and this time it was an even more thorough defeat. This time the sword chi was even more terrifying than the fist from before. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian roared coldly. Man Wu, come back. Don't embarrass yourself. Yu Quan finally couldn't take it anymore. Man Wu walked back unwillingly. Kid, if you didn't have the great Tao chains, you wouldn't have been able to defeat me. Once we leave planet Tianming, I'll teach you a lesson." With that, he soared into the air, wanting to leave the 9th region. Lin Xian exploded with killing intent when he heard that. "I hate it when people threaten me, so go die." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword qi covered the sky and the earth, enveloping barbarian martial. Not far away, those people roared crazily. Right Fist also roared. "How dare you!" He wanted to attack, but it was too late. The sword qi cut Man Wu's body into 8 pieces. He fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. He was actually killed by the other party in an instant. Boom! At that instant, a giant palm slapped across the air. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he dodged. Then he snorted coldly. "You can't hold it in anymore. You want to attack? Come, I'll fulfill your wish." Naturally, it was his right fist that had struck out just now. Seeing that his right fist had missed, he didn't attack again. Instead, his voice was cold. "Ant, you are not worthy of me making a move." Even though the other party had killed 3 of his generals in an instant, he still did not place the other party in his eyes. His target was only the people on the pilgrim roll. Unworthy? Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. "I think you don't dare." He snorted coldly. "Since you don't dare to make a move against me, then behave yourself in front of me. Don't think that you're so great. In front of me, even if you're a dragon, you still have to coil up." Lin Xian's words were incomparably domineering. The surrounding people were terrified, and Yu Quan's expression was cold. However, in the end, he did not attack. "Kid, what do you plan to do next?" the Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian looked into the distance. The Destiny Stone was just ahead, right? At that time, he would be able to explore the Destiny Stone. "But in the next few days, I have something to do." "What is it?" The toad was also puzzled. Lin Xian laughed. "Of course. It was to collect the heavenly Tao flowers. I want to see where my limit is." Speaking of this, a cold light burst out from his eyes. Last time, his senior brother finally condensed 6 heavenly Tao golden lotuses. Now that he had 8, it was reasonable to say that he had surpassed Fu Hongye. However, Lin Xian felt that it was not so simple. He definitely needed to consume the heavenly Tao golden lotuses in the future. So now he had to collect as many as possible. Is he still going to collect the heavenly Tao flowers? The toad was surprised and Li Hongxiu frowned. But there weren't many people who had the heavenly Tao golden lotuses anymore. Could it be that he was going to attack the other regions? The others gasped after hearing this. "Lin Wudi, are you going to cross realms?" "That's right. That's what I'm planning to do." Lin Xian really didn't care about ordinary saints. His goal was at least to become the chief disciple in existence like that. So he was going to cross realms. His gaze shifted to the 8 zones beside him. The saints of the 8th region were facing a great enemy. What is this guy trying to do? Even 9 Heads was on high alert when he got up. Lin Xian didn't attack the 9 Chilants. Instead, he looked at Lung Rufen. This guy dared to provoke him with his eyes. If there was a chance, the other party would definitely assassinate him. He might as well get rid of this scourge now. Lung Rufen's face became incomparably cold. "Damn brat, what are you trying to do? Do you dare to attack me?" He was really angry. Was the other party looking down on him? How dare he cross realms to kill me? If you dare to come over, I can guarantee that you will die here. Lung Rufen roared. The ground around him flipped open, and many white bones appeared. They connected together, forming an army of white bones. It was abnormally terrifying. Lin Xian sneered. "It's you." He strode forward. Soon he crossed the region and arrived above the 8th region. There were 10 more great Tao chains on his body. Feeling the suppression of the great Tao chains, Lin Xian was also surprised. His power and laws were suppressed. It was indeed magical. Lin Xian was surprised. However, his eyes lit up and his body bloomed. So what if he was suppressed by the great Tao? These 10 great Tao chains couldn't do anything to him. "You're courting death." Seeing that the other party really came, Lung Rufin was also angry. He waved his hand, and the surrounding white bones charged over. To be honest, he didn't think that his strength was inferior to the other party. Moreover, the other party was now suppressed. Kid, do you think you're very powerful after killing those followers? It's just that those followers were suppressed by the Great Tao. Now, you're also suppressed by the Great Tao. Let's see how I kill you. The white bones in this place were all extraordinary. Those who could come here and die were all saints. At this moment, these white bones were controlled, and their power was really terrifying. It made the scalps of the surrounding saints go numb. They retreated frantically, and the people in the other regions also came back one after another. Lin Wudi was powerful, but could he really resist after crossing realms? The suppression of the Great Tao was no joke. Buzz! Flames jumped on Lin Xian's body. The Sun Law condensed, forming the Great Sun Sword and cooperating with the sword finger technique. He slashed forward with the sword. Boom! Boom! The dozen or so white bones in front of him instantly shattered, and the bones scattered all over the ground. Was he so powerful? The people in the 8th region were stunned. The other party was suppressed, but he was still so terrifying. Chapter 3978. Damn it. Lung Rufin's face was gloomy. He waved his hand, and a white bone spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed forward. It carried a terrifying power and aura. Lung Rufin was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 Qilins. One could imagine how powerful he was. He was definitely not weaker than the 9-headed Qilin. Following his attack, 9 white-boned figures soared into the sky and charged towards Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian was fearless. The sun sword appeared in his hand, and the Sun Law burned fiercely. These white-boned creatures all had a cold aura. The Sun Law and 9 Yang divine fire completely restrained them. Coupled with the power of the Sword Law, he was truly unstoppable. Pung pung pung. The 9 white-boned figures were split apart. This sword light slashed towards the old bone spear. With a loud clang, the white-boned spear was forced back. Lin Xian took a step forward and slashed out with his sword. This sword was fast to the extreme. No one could react in time. Even the saints did not see it clearly. With a puff, blood splattered and a figure retreated. Lung Rufin retreated, holding his shoulder. His face was extremely pale. There was a bloody hole in his shoulder, and blood flowed out. He was injured. He was actually injured by the other party's sword. It was too unbelievable. How strong was the other party? Previously, he was disdainful, thinking that he could suppress the other party or even kill him. But now, the other party's strength terrified him. The people in the 8th district also screamed. No way, they had only chosen 2 leaders after a chaotic battle. Among them, Lung Rufin killed people like scything flax. A 5th layer saint could not even block a single move in his hands. Moreover, the White Bone Army could withstand the combined attacks of many saints. That battle was a shadow of their lives. They knew Lung Rufin's strength the best, but now the incomparably powerful existence in their eyes could not even block a single strike from Lin Xian. Was the gap between them already this big? After seeing this, the people in the other districts also whispered. Some of the stronger followers had solemn expressions on their faces. Lin Wudi was one of the strongest among the chief disciples. I think he could be ranked in the top 3. Yes, he was indeed very strong. However, he was not invincible. There were still some chief disciples who could suppress him. Are you talking about Jianqin? That's right, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion was extremely powerful. He could definitely suppress Lin Wudi. I think that the one from the Gu family should be able to do it too. Indeed, he was rank 3rd at most, or perhaps not even in the top 3. Some people's expressions were cold. The people in the 8th district were stunned. Lung Rufin roared. Damn it, brat, you dare to look down on me? He flipped his wrist and took out a white-boned fan. With a wave of his hand, a gust of cold wind blew, incomparably terrifying. It drowned Lin Xian. Go to hell. This was an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Lin Xian tore through the Yin wind and walked out. A Taiji diagram revolved around him. What? He's not dead yet? Lung Rufin took a few more steps back. He was scared out of his wits. His opponent's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. Is that all you've got? Lin Xian snorted coldly as the death demonic blade appeared in his left hand. With a slash of the saber, the Yin winds that filled the sky were torn apart. The aura of death swept towards Lung Rufin. Not good. Lung Rufin's expression changed greatly. He felt his life force slipping away. This left him in disbelief. One had to know that he was someone from Yellow Spring Hall. What he was most proficient in were Yin laws and power. But now, the other party was even more proficient in this power than him. How was this possible? He really didn't want to believe it. However, he also didn't want to fight back. After using the White Bone Treasure Mountain to send out several gusts of Yin wind, Lung Rufin continuously retreated. Lin Xian brandished his saber, all types of sword energy surging, easily splitting apart all of the attacks. He forced Lung Rufin to a dead end. Now he still dares to provoke me? Everyone was shocked. Lung Rufin said through clenched teeth, Damn brat, do you dare touch me? Our Yellow Spring Hall's experts are all geniuses on the pilgrimage list. Try touching one of us. Seems like you really don't know the difference between life and death. Is Yu Quan strong? Didn't his younger brother also get killed by me? Do you think you can compare to Yu? Damn it. Lung Rufin's hair stood on end. That's right, even Yu died. The other party simply had no misgivings. You win. He threw the 4 heavenly Tao golden lotuses into the sky and ran towards the 7th region. Soon, 10 great Tao chains appeared on Lung Wufeng's body. However, he let out a sigh of relief. With Yu Quan guarding this region, the other party definitely didn't dare to rashly step into this region. Lin Xian snorted coldly, looking towards the 7th region. He didn't enter. This made Lung Wufeng let out a sigh of relief. But soon, his expression became incomparably ugly. Lin Xian didn't attack him, but he attacked his subordinates and fellow sect members. In the 8th region, apart from Lung Wufeng, there were also some Yellow Spring Hall experts who were being attacked crazily. The sword auras easily split their bodies apart. Damn it! These people roared crazily. They originally wanted to join forces to attack, but they were quickly beaten until they collapsed. These people were helpless and wanted to escape to the 7th region to seek protection. However, soon, they stopped at the edge of the 7th region. Sword energy pierced through them. These people were all killed. Lung Rufin's heart was bleeding. In the other region, which was the 2nd region, those people also looked solemn. Damn it, this Lin Wudi actually dared to kill so many experts of the Yellow Spring Hall. Mo Xiao turned his head, holding the white-boned spear in his hand. The yellow spring surging on his body was extremely terrifying. Do you really think that no one dares to kill you? Mo Xiao was on his way. He couldn't help but want to do it himself. However, at this moment, a voice sounded between heaven and earth. You've taken action in advance. Well, then let's fight to our heart's content. With a roar, Wan Jianyi rushed towards the 2nd region, charging towards Mo Xiao. Tianya, are the people on the pilgrim list going to fight? Retreat quickly. In the 2nd region, the followers beside Mo Xiao also retreated crazily. They didn't dare to approach at all. Between heaven and earth, countless sword energy descended from the sky, completely enveloping Mo Xiao. Wan Jianyi, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Mo Xiao roared, the yellow spring surging on his body, and the white-boned spear in his hand was even more powerful. The two of them clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Oh, since you've taken action, then I won't be polite. In the 6th region, Qin Xianer, an incomparably beautiful and charming lady, also revealed a smile. Countless sages around her were infatuated, their blood boiling, and they couldn't wait to kneel under her skirt. However, Qin Xian'er's gaze pierced through the void, looking at the seventh region. Yu Quan snorted coldly, actually taking the initiative to cross the boundary and fight. Another 2 people on the pilgrim list took action, shocking the world. Chapter 3979. The only one who did not make a move was Chao Tiansheng in the first region. He stood there with his hands behind his back, looking into the distance. It seemed like he had no intention of making a move. "Young master," the follower beside him asked tentatively. Chao Tiansheng did not turn around. Instead, he said, "If you want to make a move, then do it. But do what you can. The destiny stone was right in front of you. Don't be impulsive and lose your life here." "Yes, young master. We understand." Those followers retreated. Their eyes were shining with cold light. They too made a move. Of course, these people were fighting across regions. Some of them went out of the region, while some of them came to fight. A great battle broke out. It was unusually fierce. The others were stunned. They did not expect a great battle to break out all of a sudden. This was something that even Lin Xian was surprised by. Was it because of him? He shook his head. He was just the first to make a move. Even without him, the others would definitely make a move, especially those geniuses on the pilgrim list. None of them would submit to the others. Lin Xian stood in the 8th region. He turned around and said, "Qingcheng, you can make a move too. Protect yourselves." Murong Qingcheng and the others nodded. "Sister Qingcheng, let's work together," Li Hongxiu said with a smile. "All right." The 2 beauties joined hands and rushed to the 8th region. "Let's go to the first region to have some fun." The toad looked at the other region. There were many experts in that place too. Rusalong, the northern demon, and the other 2 joined hands and rushed to the first region. Of course, there were also people coming from the first region. They did not know what was good for them. Lei Jin snorted and thunder rumbled. It directly pierced through these people. All kinds of screams could be heard. The flames of war were burning in the 9 regions. No region was spared. The 8th region. Lin Xian swept through everything after killing so many saints of the Yellow Spring Palace. The others did not dare to fight against him. The only one who could still fight against him was the 9-headed spirit. However, 9-headed Qilin did not fight. He directly rushed to the 7th region because he had the same idea as Lei Jin. It was better not to provoke him before he broke through to the small saint realm. "Qingcheng, you guys stay here. I'm going to the 7th region." Lin Xian looked ahead again, his eyes shining with a cold light. His figure flickered as he charged toward the 7th region. The people in the 8th region were all stunned. Damn, was this kid trying to defy the heavens? Even Li Hongxiu exclaimed, "Brat, don't be too arrogant. Be careful, someone is targeting you." She was truly worried. After all, the 7th region was secluded Springs territory. Lin Xian laughed heartily. Yu Quan was fighting with Qin Xian'er on the world-crossing chariot. He probably had no time to take care of him. As for the others, he was still unafraid. Soon, there were more than 20 chains of the Great Path on his body. The suppression of the power and laws was even stronger. Lin Xian's body sank, but he quickly used his strength to adapt to the pressure. He actually dared to cross 2 regions. He was too arrogant. The people of the 7th region were also shocked. Those from the Great Desolate Mansion were filled with murderous intent. "Kid, you killed one of our experts in the 9th district last time. Do you really think you're that strong? You're just occupying the home ground. Let's see how you're going to die here under the suppression of 20 Great Path." 2 people from the Great Desolate Mansion roared as they slashed down with their sabers, shrouding Lin Xian. This was a terrifying mystique. Obviously, these people from the Great Desolate Mansion wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian. Buzz! Lin Xian's figure flickered as he dodged the 2 saber lights. At the same time, he charged forward. He was courting death. Lung Rufin sneered as he attacked as well. The white bone fan in his hand kept fanning. Moreover, there was a terrifying white bone army around him. There was even a yellow springs diagram that was spinning in the sky. The yellow springs poured down from the inside, bringing with it an extremely cold and gloomy energy. However, it was useless. Lin Xian used all kinds of laws and fought in all directions, causing these people to break down. Nine-headed Qilin had been watching from afar without attacking. At this moment, he was even more certain of his thoughts. It seemed like it was best not to provoke Lin Xian now. Lung Rufin was being chased once again. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. How was this possible? Lin Xian had crossed 2 worlds with 20 chains on his body. How could he defeat so many people when he was besieged by so many people? This was simply inhuman. His followers were even more miserable. 2 of them were killed while the other 3 were injured. Their eyes were filled with fear. Humph! You want to leave? Seeing these people retreating, Lin Xian chased after them and started a massacre in the 7th district. Kid, how dare you? Young master, come back quickly. These people were still clamoring before, but now they were scared shitless. They desperately wanted Yu Quan to return. In the 6th district, Yu Quan was engaged in an intense battle with Qin Xianer. Qin Xianer was using the acacia mystique. She was holding the acacia bell in her hand. When she shook it gently, it could shake one's soul. This was an extremely strange soul attack. Although Yu Quan was strong, he did not dare to be careless. He sensed what was happening in his base and was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Ah, damn it! What did he see? That despicable brat actually dared to kill his pursuers. He had messed up his territory. He harumphed coldly and unleashed a shocking ray of light with the back of his hand. It tore through the sky and charged from District 6 to District 7. That attack saved many of his followers, and Lin Xian dodged the attack as well, dodging it in the air. In the 6th district, Qin Xianer laughed coquettishly. What? You still have the mood to care about other people's business? Seizing this opportunity, she launched an extremely terrifying soul attack. Yu Quan was actually hit. Not good. Yu Quan felt his soul tremble and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, he was indeed careless. Qin Xianer was not weaker than him, not to mention that her soul attack was extremely strange. He actually interfered in another battle when he was fighting with the other party. It was really unwise. For a moment, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Qin Xianer used the divine charm technique again. Yu Quan's qi and blood were roiling, and he could not help but want to explode and die. No, he roared, an endless desolation aura condensed on his body. Now that he was retreating step by step, he was no match for her at all. Therefore, he decisively retreated. He retreated to the 7th district. Kid, go to hell. As soon as he returned, he charged towards Lin Xian. The terrifying, desolate palm covered the sky and covered the earth as it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt a fatal danger. Brother Xian, be careful. In the 8th district, Murong Qingqing cried out in alarm. Li Hongxiu also cursed inwardly. The other party had actually returned. It was too sudden. Lin Xian shifted his position and used space escape to dodge this attack. He felt his qi and blood roiling. He had to admit that the other party was really too powerful. Even if he was injured, he was still incomparable after returning. Not to mention that he was now suppressed by 20 great Tao chains. Chapter 3980. The followers heaved a sigh of relief. They wanted to mock Lin Wudi, but they didn't know what to say. Lin Wudi was just a young chief disciple. His cultivation base was far behind them. But now, he was able to escape from Yu Quan's hands. Was this something worth mocking? They didn't think so. This showed how strong Lin Wudi was. Yu Quan snorted coldly. If he missed, he would attack again. This time, he would definitely kill Lin Wudi. An ant had provoked him time and time again, and had even killed his younger brother. He couldn't stand it, so he attacked again. The aura of desolation filled the whole world. Go to hell, kid. Lin Xian felt a great danger. He gritted his teeth and roared, holding up the Taiji diagram to resist. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, he was pushed back. His arms were numb. The Taiji diagram scattered, turning into the law of sun and law of death. Lin Xian was shocked. His opponent was too strong. He had to use all his strength to deal with a casual attack. And he couldn't block it. This couldn't go on. A useless ant will always be an ant. Although you're in the top 3 among the chief disciples, you can't even withstand a single blow from me. Yu Quan's eyes were filled with endless coldness and fear. The 9-headed spirit was also horrified. Indeed, there was a huge gap between them and the pilgrim list. If they didn't break through to the minor saint realm, they wouldn't be able to compete with him. Great, this kid is dead. Lung Rafeng snorted. The 9-headed Qilin also heaved a sigh of relief. With such a strong enemy dead, his path should be much smoother. Even Lei Zhan, who was far away in the 9th region, and the people of the net were excited. Not good. Murong Qingqing was anxious. He wanted to cross the region to save Lin Wudi. Li Hongxiu stopped him. Don't go. We'll wait for you outside. In the 1st region, the Crimson Dragon, the Toad, and the others also rushed back quickly. Each of them was extremely nervous. However, at this moment of crisis, a beautiful figure appeared in the 6th region. She tore apart the desolation aura that filled the sky and said softly, "Why did you run away halfway through the battle? This won't do. I'll continue to play with you." Her voice was filled with endless charm, causing the blood of the people in the 7th district to boil. They almost exploded. Even Lin Xian could feel his blood boiling. Not good, he quickly suppressed it. This was an extremely powerful soul attack. He looked at the beautiful figure, and his pupils shrank. Qin Xiener was someone on the pilgrim rankings. This woman's soul attack was extremely terrifying. Ding ding dang dang dang. The joyous union bell rang, and a terrifying sound wave rushed towards secluded spring. Damn it! Yu Quan roared angrily. This woman was simply like a haunting ghost. She was going too far. The other party actually dared to attack his area. With a roar, he charged forward. At the same time, the surrounding aura of desolation fluctuated continuously. Lin Xian's figure flashed. He wanted to leave. Do you want to leave? Those followers prepared to surround and attack, but in the end, they were sent flying by Xian's 2 swords. Lin Xian went on a killing spree and began to crazily plunder the heavenly Tao Golden Lotus. He even made a move on the Tao flower. I won't miss any of them. Those followers suffered another blow. Damn it. Secluded Spring roared angrily. This kid dared to attack in front of him. He was too hateful. However, he couldn't be distracted because he was firmly restrained by Qin Xiener. Previously, he was distracted by Lin Xian's matter and suffered a soul injury, so he left. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Lin Xian obtained 4 more heavenly Tao golden lotuses. He tore apart the aura of desolation and left the 7th area. He returned to the 8th area. That's great. Murong Qingqing and the others heaved a sigh of relief and left. Lin Xian returned to the 9th area. He took a deep breath and said, "Protect me. I'm going to break through." His eyes burst out with a sonorous light. The simple exchange with secluded Spring made him know that the other party was indeed very strong. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to fight against the other party. Therefore, he was ready to break through again. After his cultivation level broke through, he would definitely be able to fight against these people. Are you going to break through here? Li Hongxiu was surprised. Crimson Dragon and the others were also surprised, but soon they asked, "Kid, what are you going to do?" There weren't many treasures in this place, only ruthless killing. Lin Xian said, "I'm going to completely absorb these heavenly Tao golden lotuses. Protect me." Murong Qingqing and the others nodded and began to guard the surroundings. No one in the 9th area dared to provoke them. They could deal with the people from the 1st and 8th areas. As for the geniuses on the pilgrim list, they were not in the mood to pay attention to Lin Xian at all. They were all fighting on their own. Therefore, Lin Xian had such a chance now. He sat down cross-legged, and the 12 heavenly Tao golden lotuses kept spinning around him. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed one of them and directly absorbed it into his body. This scene caused everyone to be terrified. Lin Wuyi was actually going to absorb these heavenly Tao golden lotuses. It was really unbelievable. These heavenly Tao golden lotuses were extremely mysterious. They accompanied them and could constantly temper their nomological laws, but they had never thought of absorbing them. Lin Xian's current actions were really shocking. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Even Murong Qingqing and the others were extremely nervous, but they guessed that Lin Xian must have his own plans. He wouldn't do something that he wasn't confident of. Lin Xian did have a certain plan. He knew that these heavenly Tao golden lotuses contained supreme power, but he wasn't confident at all. But now, as long as there was a chance, he wouldn't miss it. When a heavenly Tao golden lotus entered, supreme power burst out and rushed into his flesh and meridians. Lin Xian felt a pain, as if he was being cut by a knife. He endured the aura and quickly absorbed it. Then the 2nd and the 3rd. Lin Xian swallowed all 12 heavenly Tao golden lotuses into his body. His body was shrouded in endless light, and the great Tao intertwined. Brother Xian, I'll give you mine too. Murong Qingqing gave out 5 heavenly Tao golden lotuses. She gave them to Lin Xian. I'll give them too. The Crimson Dragon, the Northern Demon, and the others also gave them to him. The toad itself was a beast here, so he didn't have any. When Li Hongshou saw this, she sighed as well. She had given her share to Lin Xian as well. The heavenly Tao golden lotuses on Lin Xian's body shone brightly again. He looked like he was about to ascend. That kid wanted to break through. He definitely couldn't let him succeed. Not far away, someone roared. These were all Yu Quan's followers. There were people from the great desolate mansion and other powerhouses. These people hated Lin Xian to the core. So when they saw this, they all rushed over. Once again, they crossed 2 areas and started fighting. Kill. They had to interfere with the other party, and it would be best if they could cause him to go berserk. Chapter 3981. Damn it. The Crimson Dragon roared at the sky and spewed out endless flames. Murong Qingqing also unleashed a terrifying phantom of a phoenix. Lung Rafeng also rushed over, and the Bone Army spread out again. At the same time, he shouted angrily, "Lei Jin, 9 Qilins, aren't you going to attack? This is your last chance." He naturally knew the grudge between the 2 sides. Therefore, he wanted to unite everyone to fight together. Not good. Murong Qingqing and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. Now that Lin Xian was in seclusion, these people were actually showing signs of resistance. If they attacked together, it would be very dangerous. They weren't afraid of these people, but they were afraid that Lin Xian would be affected. If that happened, he would definitely go berserk and be seriously injured. Hurry up and attack. Murong Qingqing shouted. They worked together and swept through the surroundings. However, this time there were more than 10 powerful saints, terrifying sacred artifacts and laws. The Northern Demon activated the heavenly tree to provide everyone with a strong vitality. They firmly protected Lin Xian. The Crimson Dragon spat out many tremors to protect Lin Xian. At the same time, he said that this kid was too impatient. If he had known, he would have activated the Great Sage Tower. However, there was no other choice now. Without Lin Xian, no one could activate the Great Sage Tower, and they couldn't awaken Lin Xian now. Therefore, they could only force the enemy to retreat. Lei Zhen returned to the 9th district, his eyes shining. To be honest, this was his best chance. However, he was indeed afraid of Lin Xian, so he wasn't completely confident now. He snorted coldly. He didn't make a move, but had other plans. In his current state, it would be best if he could kill Lin Xian. If he couldn't, He wouldn't make a move to save himself from trouble. However, on the other side, the 9 Chilins did indeed make a move. He had the same worries as Lei Zhen, but he had an advantage over Lei Zhen. That was that he had multiple lives and he could exhaust them. Even if he had lost 2 lives, he still had 7 left. This was his powerful capital, and now he felt that the risk was very worth it. At most, he would lose his life. However, if he succeeded, he would be able to get rid of a peerless enemy forever. Therefore, he charged over. Some of the greater demons from the demon city had also charged over from the surrounding areas. District 9. The 5 sword saints also made their move. They were in this area and were not suppressed by the great Tao. Therefore, his attacks were incomparably violent. Damn it, how dare you rebel? The Crimson Dragon roared. It hadn't expected that someone would really attack in the 9th region. Li Hongxiu looked at Lei Zhen coldly. Lei Zhen snorted coldly. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, he actually left District 9 and went to District 1. That was a relief to them. Lei Zhen didn't make a move, but it wasn't the worst. However, the current situation had also exceeded their expectations. The 5 sword saints were incomparably powerful as they charged over. Li Hongxiu said, "Leave these 5 people to me." She rushed out. As the daughter of the Saint King, she was extremely powerful, especially during this period of time. She had a lot of good fortune. Therefore, he had no problem fighting against a great sword saint. On the other side, the 9 Chilins had also charged over. That was an extremely terrifying expert. Everyone's scalps went numb. Morong Qingqing said, "Leave it to me." She rushed over with the Phoenix bloodline. Her mystical powers were powerful, and she was not weaker than the other party in terms of bloodline. Therefore, she was the most suitable person to fight the 9 Chilins. "Toad, I'll leave that person from the Acheron Hall to you. Leave the rest to me." The Crimson Dragon's expression was piercingly cold. Toad said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." He rushed out with a cry and fought with Lung Rufin and the others. The rest were left to the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon roared and transformed into a huge dragon, sweeping in all directions. As for the Northern Demon, he did not make a move because he still had the most important task, which was to protect Lin Xian. The Northern Demon's body bloomed with light, and the heavenly tree enveloped Lin Xian, forming a powerful vitality. Moreover, there were many array formations surrounding them. In an instant, an earth-shattering battle broke out in the 9th region. Morong Qingqing was very strong. She had the Kunlun 9 slashes and the Phoenix bloodline. She also had various mystical powers. This caused the 9 Chilins to be extremely shocked. He did not expect that this woman was actually not weaker than him, especially the power of her bloodline. It shocked him. On the other side, the 5 sword saints also roared. They were actually suppressed by a woman, and they were even injured. However, on the other side, Toad was indeed screaming miserably. "Damn, you dare to sneak attack me?" He had no choice. He was facing an endless army of bones and the terrifying Acheron. He was extremely miserable. If it were not for his mutated species and powerful physique, he would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon roared even more. To be honest, he was very strong, but the people he was facing were also a little terrifying. Those were all followers, and their strength was even stronger than that of the chief disciple. Although there were 20 chains of the great Tao wrapped around his body, there were too many people. There were a total of 8 people, and they came together. In addition, there were also some people who were preparing to fish in troubled waters and assassinate Lin Xian. Therefore, he was facing a lot of pressure. Fortunately, he was from the Divine Dragon Clan. His physique and bloodline were powerful, and the Dragon Clan's mystical powers were terrifying. In addition, he had many array formations. Only then could he resist. Otherwise, if it were any other chief disciple, they would have been killed long ago. Even so, he was still in a very bad situation. "That's great. All of them have been pinned down. Hurry up! Whoever has a grudge against Lin Wudi, quickly kill him." The great desolate mansion will reward you handsomely. You don't have to kill him. As long as you can make him go berserk, you can make any request. Many people were tempted, especially those in the 8th and 1st regions. Their eyes were burning. Indeed, at this time, there was only one person beside Lin Xian. It was very easy for them to interfere with the other party. Even Lei Zhen, who was in the 1st region, had a burning gaze. He could not help but want to make a move several times, but he forcibly suppressed it. The surrounding people were also shocked. They were indeed tempted, but they did not dare to make a move rashly. Lin Wudi's strength was deeply rooted in their hearts. However, at this moment, the array formations fluctuated, and 3 of them broke in an instant. The sky-reaching tree also shook. The North demon roared angrily. Who was it? He threw out a terrifying 10,000 demon fist. Countless demon beast phantoms rampaged between heaven and earth, shattering the void. However, no one came out. However, he could feel a terrifying murderous intent circling around him. Oh no, there's an assassin, and it's an extremely terrifying saint killer. The North demon's expression became extremely ugly, and the others' bodies trembled. The killing intent made their scalps go numb. Where did this top assassin come from? How could he be so powerful? Li Hongxiu's expression changed. Could it be that he was in the mortal world? Could it be that Wu Exan? Chapter 3982. They were worried, but they soon shook their heads. No, it wasn't Wu Exan. Wu Exan was on the pilgrimage list. He shouldn't have bothered to make a move. Once he made a move, no one would be able to stop him. Now, only 3 arrays had been destroyed. This meant that the other party was a 5th heaven killer saint. He was very strong, but he wasn't helpless. As expected, the northern demon controlled the sky-reaching divine tree and his 10,000 demon body. He attacked the saint killer, who was hiding in the dark. The 2 sides were in a stalemate. However, at this moment, he was sent flying while vomiting blood. A crack appeared on his back. He was almost cut in half. Damn it, the northern demon roared. Using the sky-reaching divine tree, his body quickly healed. At the same time, his expression was extremely ugly. The 2nd killer saint had appeared. He was as strong as the first one. At that instant, he sensed 3 murderous intents approaching him. The northern demon's eyes widened. He took the attack head-on. His body was shattered, but with his powerful vitality, he was able to recover. With the recovery ability of the heavenly tree, he recovered quickly. He stood in the void with a cold expression. He was surrounded by 3 killer saints. It could be said that he was in extreme danger. Damn it! The crimson dragon roared and wanted to rush back. However, he was pinned down. Murong Qingqing and the others were in the same situation. No one could help the northern demon now. The northern demon could fight against 1 killer saint, but against 2 killer saints, he was probably more passive. Now that 3 killer saints were attacking together, he was in extreme danger. The 2 slaughter saints sprang into action at incredible speed. 1 in front and 1 behind, they charged at the northern demon. The 3rd one charged at Lin Xian. You're courting death. The northern demon roared. The sky-reaching divine tree exploded with power, blocking the 3 killer saints. You're courting death. Someone in the sky sneered. The 3 killer saints attacked crazily. The northern demon was seriously injured in an instant. Blood flowed out. Fortunately, he had the sky-reaching divine tree. Otherwise, he would have been killed. Even so, the situation was very dangerous. Another attack. The northern demon was sent flying and vomited blood. 2 of the killer saints continued to chase. The 3rd broke through the array and charged at Lin Xian. After breaking through 5 array formations in a row, he finally arrived in front of Lin Xian. This figure walked out of the void. It was a blurry shadow. The killing sword in his hand was blood red. Die! He swung his sword at Lin Xian's head. No! The northern demon roared. Kid, the crimson dragon, also screamed. Older brother Xian and Murong Qingqing's eyes erupted with a piercing, cold light. The Kunlu 9 slashes merged with the Phoenix Phantom and sent the 9-headed Qilin flying. She turned around and soared into the sky, but it was already too late. The killing sword had already descended mercilessly with a terrifying aura. This caused the formation around Lin Xian to continuously shatter. Everyone's minds were completely tied down. Could it be that Lin Wuti was going to fall at this time? It was really too surprising. The people that had participated in the battle revealed ferocious expressions. That's great. With this sword strike, even if the other party doesn't die, his cultivation will go berserk. Next, the other party would be finished. He would no longer be able to fight against them. At this critical moment, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He stretched out his palm and grabbed in front of him. With a whoosh, he grabbed the killing sword and then gripped it tightly. Crack! The killing sword shattered. That person retreated in horror. Lin Xian pointed out again. The extremely terrifying law of swords circled around the tip of his finger, firmly locking onto that person. That person still wanted to escape into the void, but the sword pierced through the space between his eyebrows. Plop! That killing god fell into a pool of blood. He didn't expect that, at the last moment, the other party could still make a move. The surrounding people were also stunned. Oh heavens, Lin Wuti had actually woken up. Did he forcefully interrupt his cultivation? These people were all terrified. Those who attacked were even more frightened, their eyelids twitching wildly. That's great. Murong Qingqing and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Uft! At this moment, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of blood, his face incomparably pale. What was going on? Murong Qingqing was stunned. Brother Xian. She cried out in alarm. The Crimson Dragon also frowned. Not good. This kid must have suffered a backlash from his cultivation technique. They began to worry again. Lin Xian forcefully disrupted his cultivation. He must have suffered internal injuries. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they all laughed out loud. That's great, he's injured. Hurry up and kill him while he's sick. These people attacked crazily again. Lin Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes erupting with a piercing, cold light. You all have to die. The murderous aura on his body was incomparable. In an instant, he charged towards the 2 killing saints who were besieging the northern demon. When the 2 killing saints saw Lin Xian charging towards them, they also took the initiative to meet him. The terrifying killing intent charged for 9 days. Lin Xian attacked, the sun sword and the death demonic blade. 2 rays of light spun between heaven and earth, enveloping the 2 killers. 2 screams rang out. The bodies of the 2 killing saints split open. Their souls wanted to escape, emitting waves of fear. Too powerful. The other party was still so strong, even though he was injured. In an instant, the 2 of them were completely killed. The heavenly Tao golden lotus on their bodies was snatched away by Lin Xian and directly swallowed into his body. Ah! Lin Xian roared towards the sky, his black hair dancing in the wind. He said to the northern demon, "You recover first, leave the rest to me." With a stomp of his foot, he charged towards the Crimson Dragon. "Brat, you came at the right time." The Crimson God roared and sent those people flying. At the same time, he said, "Are you okay? Why don't we retreat first?" "No, I won't leave until I kill them all today." Lin Xian was really angry. He had already been very merciful to these people before. He didn't kill them all, but he didn't expect that these people would be so reckless. At the most critical moment of his cultivation, they came to kill him. Since that was the case, then they would suffer his anger. Boom! The great sun sword descended from the sky with terrifying flames, incinerating everything. There were too many laws contained in it. With one sword, those followers were instantly sent flying. Some were cut in half at the waist, and some had their heads flying. Some people's bodies were even shattered and turned into a bloody mist. Damn it, why was he still so strong? These people were terrified. They realized that although Lin Xian kept vomiting blood, the aura on his body was becoming more and more violent. He was still alive. He was still cultivating. He still wanted to break through. Hurry up and stop him. You can't let him continue. Those followers roared crazily. They wanted the others to attack. The 9 Qilins, the 5 sword saints, Lung Rafeng and the others saw the scene. They also kept attacking. However, they were firmly pinned down by Morong Qingqing and the others. They didn't even have a chance to escape. Damn it, their eyes were red. Lin Xian attacked with all his strength, constantly chasing down these followers. 8 followers and 6 other family experts were all killed by Lin Xian. Chapter 3983. Corpses flew all over the sky, and blood flowed wildly. Terrifying sword qi rampaged between heaven and earth. Lin Xian roared and absorbed all of this power. At the same time, there was a dragon shadow behind him that was also crazily devouring this power. Lin Xian's aura became stronger. He even felt like he was about to break through. However, Lin Xian didn't break through at all. Instead, he suppressed it. Kill! With a roar, he charged towards the toad again. Great! Kid, come and help me. I'm going to torture you to death. As the toad fought against the bone army, it kept spitting saliva. To be honest, it was about to go crazy from anger. The people who had died around him could actually be mobilized by Lung Rufin. The more it fought, the more bone army there was. It almost vomited blood. When Lung Rufin saw the other party coming, he also shouted angrily. The Yellow Springs diagram on his body became even more terrifying, enveloping the entire area. In the 9th district, the corpses of the people who had died were once again condensed into puppets by him. It kept attacking. A sword split the sky. Lin Xian held the sun sword and the death demonic saber in his hands, slashing in all directions. He was so strong that no one could compare to him. At the same time, he struck out the Tai Chi diagram to fight against the Yellow Springs diagram. The 2 peerless divine abilities clashed, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split. At this moment, everyone was sent flying. The bone army beside Lung Rufin was constantly shattered and destroyed by the Tai Chi diagram. The dragon soul in Lin Xian's body roared and struck out with sword qi, which was even more terrifying. The sword qi that filled the sky shattered the Yellow Springs diagram. In the end, the yin-yang diagram turned into a yin-yang sword and split open the Yellow Springs diagram. Puff! Lung Rufin vomited blood. Ah, damn it. He was seriously injured in an instant. Was the other party so strong? Lin Xian also spat out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were even brighter. I've spared you twice, but you still don't know what's good for you. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? The Tai Chi diagram rotated and turned into a peerless blade that pierced towards the other party's head. No. Lung Rufin screamed crazily. He wanted to retreat, but his head was cut off in one strike. His head over the sky was abnormally ferocious. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Roaring, he opened his mouth and spat out a yellow flame. The flames were terrifying and carried with them a sinister aura. Not good. The toad instantly retreated frantically. Kid, this is the Yellow Springs flame. Be careful, it's unusually scary. The flames were indeed terrifying. Ordinary flames carried a violent and destructive aura. However, this flame was incomparably cold, like ice. Legend has it that this flame came from the Yellow Springs, which was extremely strange. Die for me. Lung Rufin controlled the netherworld flame and charged over again. He wanted to completely burn and refine Lin Xian. Playing with fire in front of me? Displaying one slight skill before an expert. Lin Xian sneered. The 9 suns' divine fire danced and turned into golden crows. It surged between heaven and earth. It was as if countless suns had appeared in the 9th region. The golden crow suns that filled the sky continued to attack, erupting with an unparalleled aura. It blasted forward. When the 2 collided, the netherworld flame was unable to withstand the impact and exploded. Boom! Lung Rufin's head also exploded with a loud bang. His soul, mixed with blood, quickly fled. "Wanna leave?" Lin Xian sneered. The Tai Chi diagram above his head turned into a Tai Chi sword. The sword slashed down. In the 9th region, a dragon's roar sounded. The terrifying sword Qi swept across the 9 heavens. When all the sword Qi disappeared, Lung Rufin's soul couldn't be any more dead. Lung Rufin was killed. Everyone was shocked and then terrified. This was even more powerful than the identity of a follower. He was the chief disciple of the Yellow Springs Hall. Such a person's death would set off a huge storm. However, this storm was nothing to Lin Xian. He turned his head and stared at another place. That was the 5 Sword Saints. These 5 Sword Saints actually dared to betray him. Lin Xian couldn't tolerate it. The 5 Sword Saints were scared out of their wits. When Lin Xian killed Lung Rufin, he used a sword technique. It already made their hair stand on end. Now that the other party was charging towards them, how could they resist? "Let's go." The 5 of them worked together to force Li Hongxiu back and then prepared to escape. Where were they going? Li Hongxiu stopped the terrifying Lu Yunxiu and blocked the path of the 5 people. "Damn it!" The 5 of them roared. When they turned around and wanted to attack, Lin Xian had already arrived. "The 5 of you, have you thought about how to die?" Yi's voice was incomparably cold. "Kid, don't go too far. Let us leave, and we will stop here. Everyone will be safe." One of the 5 Sword Saints said coldly, "Even now, you still dare to clamor in front of me. It seems that you really don't know what's good for you." Buzz! Lin Xian moved the great sun, sword in his hand. The flames on it erupted, turning into a terrifying sword light that pierced forward. With a puff, the head of one of the Sword Saints was blown apart. His body also turned into a bloody mist, and the terrifying sword Qi exploded. The 2 next to him were also affected and were seriously injured. 1 sword, 1 dead, and 2 injured. This power was terrifying to the extreme. Damn it! The remaining 4 Sword Saints were scared out of their wits. How could they fight with such combat strength? Moreover, they found that after killing Lung Rufin, Lin Xian spat out a lot of blood again. However, the other party's aura was even more violent. However, the other party was still suppressing it and didn't want to break through. What was the other party planning? It was hard for them to imagine that once the other party really broke through, what realm would he have to reach? This guy couldn't be thinking of achieving it in one go, right? These people were all terrified. Buzz! Suddenly, the world shook, and a terrifying aura tore through the 9th district. The void split open and the light slashed down. Not good. Li Hongxiu's expression changed. Lu Yunxiu rushed out, wanting to block, but it was all shattered in an instant. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He took Li Hongxiu with him and used space escape. He dodged this attack. At the same time, he looked into the distance. Who attacked? Was it that one, Jianyi? That's great. The remaining 4 Sword Saints were ecstatic. Kid, do you still dare to attack now? Our powerhouse on the pilgrim list is right here. Before they could finish their words, their heads all flew out. Lin Xian attacked forcefully. So what if it was the pilgrim list? Even if the Saint King was here today, I would still kill him. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. The long sword in his hand was wide open and closed. The Taiji diagram rotated and released a terrifying yin-yang sword Qi, completely killing the 4 of them. No, the 4 of them only let out an unwilling roar, and their souls were destroyed. The heavenly path golden lotuses on these people, including their storage rings, were all broken by Lin Xian. The energy was absorbed by him. The aura on his body erupted again and rose, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. This scene made the corners of everyone's mouths twitch. Damn it! They now felt that Lin Xian spat out blood on purpose, because the more blood he spat out, the more terrifying the other party's aura became. Chapter 3984. Until now, all the people who had tried to assassinate Lin Xian were dead. Of course, except for one person. That was the nine-headed Qilin. The nine-headed Qilin was scared out of his wits at this moment. He thought that this was the best opportunity to kill the other party, but he didn't expect that he would be able to turn the other party around. He couldn't fight anymore. He took on Morong Qingqing's attack head-on and then quickly fled. Lin Xian wouldn't let the other party escape. He turned into a flying sword and instantly caught up with the other party. An earth-shattering battle broke out between the two. How could the nine-headed Qilin be a match for Lin Xian? So in the end, he was killed again, and his corpse quickly fled. At this point, he had lost another life, leaving him with only 6. However, to everyone's horror, Lin Xian didn't stop at all and continued to attack with his sword. Oh no! Could it be that Lin Wuti wanted to completely kill the nine-headed Qilin today? The nine-headed Qilin had just revived and was scared out of his wits when he saw the scene. He almost fainted from anger. His original plan was to die once in the worst-case scenario. But now it seemed that the other party didn't just want him to die once. Run quickly! He fled frantically to the 8th district without stopping, all the way to the 7th district. He wanted to seek protection. Yuquan was in the 7th district, so the other party definitely wouldn't dare to come. Lin Xian wanted to chase after the nine-headed Qilin, but he didn't expect that someone would appear in the 9th district again. As soon as this person appeared, countless people screamed. This was an unusually handsome man. He had short hair, a cold face, and his gaze was like a divine sword. He was wearing a Taoist robe with countless sword patterns drawn on it. It was very mysterious. There was a long sword hanging on his waist. It was a blue long sword, as bright and dazzling as the starry sky. Jian Qin, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Many people cried out in surprise. This was an extremely powerful genius. Among the chief disciples, he could definitely be ranked in the top 3. Some people even placed him at the top of the list, because they felt that no chief disciple could beat him. Did they come to the 9th zone to target Lin Wuti? That's for sure. What else? Lin Wuti had killed many sword saints of the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Everyone gulped. However, there were also people who screamed. That's not right. Wasn't Jian Qin in the 4th region? He came to the 9th zone. It spanned across 4 major regions. He had over 40 chains of great Tao on him. If they were to fight, they would be at a disadvantage. These people were exaggerating too much. 10 chains were enough to make them unable to breathe, not to mention 40 to 50 chains. Most likely, his strength would be greatly reduced. The Crimson Dragon, Toad, and the others also sneered. Would the other party dare to behave atrociously? However, Li Hongxiu frowned. Morong Qingqing also said that he did not have 4 great Tao chains on him. What was going on? The others were also stunned. Fighting across realms would definitely be suppressed by the great Tao. A bunch of idiots. Who told you that you would definitely be suppressed? Did you not go to the Bronze Gate? Do you think I'm the same as you? I have magic treasures on me. At this point, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. That was indeed the case. He did have a magic treasure on him. He had spent 8 heavenly Tao golden lotuses. He had exchanged it in the Bronze Gate. It was a battle robe that could offset the suppression brought by the great Tao chains. That was why he dared to cross the 4 major regions at this moment. Today, he was going to completely get rid of Lin Wuti. He looked down. Kid, you dare to kill so many sword saints of my sect. Today, I will definitely not let you leave alive. At this point, he pulled out the starry sky sword at his waist. The starry sky was like fire. Resplendent sword light swept across the world, extremely dazzling. The people in the 9th zone frantically retreated. They knew that a shocking battle was about to break out. The people from the other regions also turned their heads to look at them. Whether it was Jian Qin or Lin Xian, they were both chief disciples. Moreover, they were ranked in the top 3 among the chief disciples. Now that the two of them were fighting, they would probably be able to tell who was stronger. Who was the number 1 chief disciple? This was a fierce battle. Everyone was looking forward to it. Lin Xian stopped. Originally, he was going to chase after the 9 Qilins. However, the other party had come. He turned his head to look at the figure in the sky. Jian Qin, someone from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion. Are you here to challenge me? In that case, you should be prepared to be killed. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with sonorous killing intent. Useless kid. Although you are strong, you are still no match for me. Jian Qin stepped in the air with incomparable calmness. The starry sky turned into sword qi and accompanied him. As long as he gave the order, these sword qi would mercilessly fall. Every strike of the sword could easily penetrate a 5th heaven sage. Lin Xian stomped his foot and faced the attack. The light in his eyes became more and more monstrous. The aura on his body became more and more terrifying. At this moment, the heavenly Tao lotus on his body shattered. It turned into countless great Tao laws and merged into his body. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and roared. At the same time, there was a crazy power circulating in his body. The sky above the 9th area instantly darkened. Countless dark clouds condensed, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. There was a crack. The starry sky, sword qi in the sky, was sent flying. A huge black hole appeared. Lightning? Didn't this Lin Wudi want to compete in sword skills? Was he also a thunder saint? Many people's brains were a little numb. Lei Zhen's pupils shrank. He was still in the 1st area, and the previous incident had frightened him. Now, what happened frightened him even more. The other party was about to break through. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was he finally going to break through? Lin Wudi chose to break through at this time. What did he want to do? Sure enough, after the 1st thunderbolt, the 2nd and 3rd, the thunderbolts poured down from the sky. The sword qi in the sky was completely shattered. Those thunderbolts enveloped Lin Xian and Jian Qin at the same time. Damn it, you dare to trick me. Jian Qin roared. Did the other party want to use the thunder tribulation to deal with him? I'm not afraid of a mere thunderbolt. So what if you break through? You are still no match for me. Jian Qin was also an expert in the late 5th level. His strength was unparalleled. However, he regretted it as soon as he made his move. The thunderbolt seemed to be angered and became more and more terrifying. Even all the dark clouds on the entire Tianming planet gathered above his head. The terrifying thunderbolts were incomparably mighty, completely engulfing the two of them. Ah! Miserable screams were heard, making one's scalp tingle. The people in the 9th area had long fled. They either fled to the 1st area or the 8th area. Even if they were carrying the great Tao chains, they didn't dare to stay in the same place. That area had completely sunk.